communities and countries. It is unacceptable for governments to continue to build polluting economies of the past by investing in fossil fuels. Guys, take note of that statement. In unison, young African activists have called on governments to advance just and equitable energy transitions that step up ambitions and accelerate progress. To empower the young people, our organization Youth Go Green is hosting this engagement to equip youth with knowledge and resources needed to amplify and strengthen the advocacy efforts for clean and just energy access. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome our panel who will be telling us what they have been doing to ensure that this process begins straight away. I therefore want to give an opportunity for each one of us in just about 20 seconds. Tell us who you are. 20 seconds. I'm very careful about this. 20 seconds. Tell us your names and what you do, period. The rest, give me back my microphone. Over to you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very excited to be here to share about renewable energy and the clean energy transition. My name is Juliana Raniero, CEO and co-founder at Cloud Green. And at Cloud Green, we are supporting SMEs in the transition to clean energy through co-creating innovations for clean energy with the local communities. We work in refugee settlements, we work with market vendors, we work with youth, and we innovate these solutions together with them. Because yes, there's a transition to clean energy, but it must be just and it must also be affordable for these communities. And that is what we are doing at Cloud Green, and we are very excited to share what we're doing today.
Okay, give her a round of applause. Thank you so much, Juliana. You're most welcome. Our next panelist.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Paul Kamanga, and I am the project manager of the FAIM Fund, which is a water as a service solar powered irrigation system for small scale farmers. I also happen to be the Deputy General Secretary to the board of the Uganda Solar Energy Association, an umbrella body for all solar companies in Uganda. Thank you.
Next.
Morning, everyone. I hope everyone can hear me. My name is Alan Kello. I'm the business lead for a startup called Tukole. And what we do at Tukole is basically unlock the digital revolution for all facilities maintenance. Just to unlock this for everyone here, if you've ever heard of Uber, think Uber for carpenters, plumbers, solar electricians, and all other blue collar labor. And so that's what we do at Tukole. So it's a platform where you can find any of these skills that you need and hire them as a business or an individual. So what we've been doing over the last year is building a solar repair and maintenance platform as well, so that you can find solar technicians across Uganda. We had a plan to identify 200 skilled youth in each region, so 50 in each region in Uganda. And I'd like to say that in 6 months we have now skilled and profiled 152 out of the 200, and our last training cohort starts on the 14th of November. So come Christmas, we will have hit our target. Thank you very much.
Get more of that. Next. Just switch on your microphone.
Hello, forgive me for pronouncing it. My name is Omin Hakim from Community Volunteer Impact Award. I work with communities organizing renewable energy dialogue and promoting sustainable use of local resources in rural areas. We promote growing community forest. All this goes under dialogue, working with communities, promoting this, and how rural communities adopt renewable resources, and how do they understand sustainable use of local environment. Because when you go to rural areas, most people derive their livelihood from environment, and there's need to sustainably ensure that those resources are used so that we don't deplete them. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Renewable is my name. I am a commercial and industrial solar expert. Our business is to help the big consumers to move to clean energy, to help them build captive solar plants, so
over this panel, we only have one lady, Minister of Energy, and with Go Green, I think next year we may need to revise our gender policy so that we balance the panel. But you are very lucky to be seated next to really very serious gentlemen who are innovators. Let's start with you. Tell us about what you guys do, but also tell us the situation of the women you work with in the energy sector.
Training them to install the solar panels, but there's fabrication, there's connectivity, and the building systems. And at Cloudgreen, we want to encourage women and show them that it's possible, and that's why we co-create these solutions with them. We have solar dryers, portable solar dryers, and these women are working with solar dryers, and they're able to repair them because they're easier for them, and in that way they can adopt the technologies. We also have e-bikes and e-tuk-tuks that these women are using. And through our partnerships with various companies like Border Work and also as NFT consults, we want to train more women to be able to actually have a stake in this energy transition. So just maybe to take it more to the global scale and what the International Renewable Energy Association is saying about the energy market by 2050. We see that by 2050 we shall have over 38 million jobs in the renewable energy sector. But most of this is going into solar PVs, bioenergy, wind, and hydropower. And most of it will be in construction, installation, and manufacturing. And at Cloudgreen, we are emphasizing that we want women to be involved at all these levels because they are the consumers of clean energy solutions at any stage. So over the past 2 years, we've trained over 1,000 women in Kiriandongo refugee settlement in Kampala. We also have refugees in Kampala, self-settled refugees, and market vendors in Nakasero Market and Kalere Market to drive their excess food products, to transport their food to the last mile consumers using e-bikes. And now we are also innovating cooling systems for them, but something that is affordable because looking at the higher scale, we've seen the technologies that have been brought in, the renewable energy technologies to a greater extent are not very affordable to the grassroots users. The solar systems many times are not very affordable for them. The e-bikes many times are not very affordable for them. The solar fridges most times are not affordable for them. So we have to create solutions where they are able to pay for these products and clean energy solutions, where they are able to create their own energy solutions. And we've seen innovations in that, and that's why we also want to involve youth. In Pathway, for example, youth are creating solutions, and we want to have these partnerships to have a just and affordable transition to clean energy.
All right, thank you so much, Joan. I've been very lenient because you are the only lady, but the gentleman coming up, only 5 minutes to make your case for the first questions, okay? Okay, let me ask you, Akim, can you tell us how to build momentum, especially for the UN 2030 agenda as we're looking at sustainable future? What do you think should be the strategy for us to engage as young people but also as citizens to ensure that we fulfill the UN 2030 agenda, specifically looking at the SDG 7?
Yes, energy has become a global crisis, and there's no country that can solve this problem alone. It needs building partnership, but what I suggest here for the 2030 UN agenda, we need to come up with what we call energy leaders, just like the way we have leaders in defense, leaders everywhere. Energy has become a source of interest. I mean, it has always been a source of interest and a source of importance. And we understand from the history of humanity, any source of importance, when it's getting depleted, is subjected to conflicts. And if we don't take that into account, we are going to see our communities in the near future disintegrating in small units, fighting for sources of renewable energy they have. I'm saying this from the rural setup perspective, where I see people now fighting for the few jungles that are remain where they derive their firewood, because that's a source of energy in rural area. And when you come to Uganda, we understand a good percentage of our population still live in villages, and they derive their energy from environment. So there's need, and when you talk about also like the environment, what they are depleting the indigenous trees, and we are planting fast-growing trees, and that also is like upsetting the old eco. We are losing a lot of species because of charcoal burning and firewood. So we need energy leaders at any level of our community that can spark this conversation, mobilize communities, and pursue this as a strategic priority, because otherwise we're going to start having a lot of conflicts, which is going to cause a lot of political instability because of energy. So I'm just basically telling young people here to mature their inquiry mindset and start asking more questions. How can we mobilize our resources, have those energy leaders, table this agenda at every set of institution, from defense to education, because all these sectors need energy. For us to be here, we need energy. Tell me who came here without preparing a cup of coffee in your house. Now imagine your children, 30 years from now, they are not able to make it. They have to get an alternative way. So as a suggestion I'm giving, like, we need to have energy leaders as a priority. They're independent with a different budget to pursue this and make it a priority in every sector of development we are pursuing.
Yeah, speaking of the partnerships, probably you let us know how partnerships between government and the young people be facilitated to improve the energy transition process.
Government need to include young people. When you talk about young people here, of course they are the biggest victim when it comes to energy. So government need to come up like beyond like paper policy. We need to get more practical and have a feeling to include these young people, because today young people are like they're going to face the problem we are creating today. So at whatever level, we need to prioritize this. We need to come up with energy education, sensitize them to understand the priority of protecting some of these resources of strategic importance. So government need to create a platform where they discuss this. We need to promote science. We need to think about long-term solution and also short-term solution, because energy is not something you can postpone. So government need to come up, engage partners at different level, community, village, district, whatever, to bring them on board and have this discussion as one of the priorities.
Okay, yeah, let me come to Paul here. Paul, like what the current speakers just said, do we know what works well to improve the energy market, especially looking at the engagement of young people in this whole process? Do we have sufficient evidence that at least speak to you about, now let's talk about finance and of course investments, which is a very critical element when we're talking about energy transition process. We're talking about sustainable energy. Do we have finances to facilitate these processes? And if finances are there, are we doing the right thing? Are we investing in the right technologies that we must see the energy transition take shape?
The finances are there. We just need to know how to get them. We have so many donor organizations around here, GIZ, UNCDF, and the rest. They give out grants. The challenge is they never give education on how you can apply for the grant. But there are terms and conditions for the grant. So if we have like workshops that are going to train, recently I saw the American Embassy at the American Center. They are offering trainings for grant writing, which is a good thing. So if these donor organizations can also do the same, and they teach young people how to apply for these grants. For example, if I have a very brilliant idea that I think would work, I need to know how do I get the money, because we have people in Katwe who have brilliant ideas, but they don't know how to get the money. So yeah.
Thank you so much. I will ask the next panelist, what will be the role of young people in this energy transition process?
That's a big question, and I'll answer it in a couple of ways. So I think first we need to contextualize what the young people are currently doing, especially within the context of Uganda. Majority are unemployed. Most are moving towards vocational institutions because, and most are starting businesses, right? So the main thing here is they're trying to survive. So we need to create the infrastructure they need to thrive within this context. So I think government's role should be to empower them, to embrace digitization. So focus on improving things like cell phone coverage, network stability, energy stability where it is, and give them the infrastructure they need to be able to build thriving businesses that can actually support and fill the gap that is there. Because you'll find that a lot of the youth are actually very innovative. They'll find solutions and create a business case to actually use that. But what they lack is the infrastructure to do that. What they lack is actually even at the level of education. If you go to vocational institutions, the theoretical courses are there, but they lack tools. And we've seen the same in Tukole. The 152 guys and women that have joined Tukole for solar technicians, it will be very hard if I gave them a job tomorrow to show up with the exact tools they need to do the job. And so you find that we're actually solving for giving them tools on top of skilling them, and on top of that, giving them also access to infrastructure, smartphones, something as simple as that, and also adding data for them to join remote trading. So I think the role is pretty clear for the youth. It's to embrace the infrastructure that is there and make sure that they can actually develop viable business models that actually thrive, because the opportunities are there, and I think they have a very big role to play, not just in business, but also in advocacy, because this is a conversation that actually affects them. So they even need to join the conversation to begin with. And what do I mean by that? Something as simple as creating cooperatives.
Yes.
Right? Cooperatives that can actually fund and solve the issues that they're facing. A lot of these youth are leaving land in their villages to move to Kampala or to move to urban centers to look for other means of income, but the need for energy is still there within agriculture. They just need to innovate a bit more and be given the infrastructure they need in those areas to be able to realize these opportunities and actually put themselves to sort of income-generating use within the energy mix, but within their local context. So they don't actually need to travel to do this, but we just need to empower them where they are to do that.
Okay, talking of empowerment, which is very critical in this process, my worry has always been that very many young people, we have very many young people who are entrepreneurs and innovators. They really have the ideas, they have the innovations, the technologies, they see them, they can do them. But sometimes innovatively, how can we address that challenge where young people cannot really sit down, write a very good proposal, competing with a professor of energy from Makerere University? How do we go about that challenge?
This may be a bit in a different direction, but okay, yes, there's two issues here. One,
For instance, look at yourself and your solar energy innovation. How did you get the finances to undertake whatever you're doing? Did you write a proposal?
yes, I had
Did you
to
sell
write.
your land?
No, I had to write. a
What did you do? How did you access the finances?
So I'll give myself an example. So for a long time I worked in business development, and so I got better and better at writing proposals, but it came down to networking as well. So yes, the first issue is, yes, the talent of being able to communicate what you're trying to do and being able to identify within the available resources where you can actually send that application. But the second side of this is that actually I would argue that a lot of young people actually don't need to be writing proposals, and a lot of young people actually don't need the access to finance. We just need to actually support them by changing the financing mechanism, because you'll find like a lot of people who are buying products and goods and services just need a financer or a bank to be a bit more innovative as well and finance their suppliers, right? So what I actually need is not the money. What I need is the products and the services to be able to deliver to my customer. And so you find that if you can get a bank that's flexible and can actually finance your input suppliers, finance your transport and logistics without you actually holding the money, it could be actually more doable and you don't have to raise a single shilling. Yes, grants are there, but you find that grants can also distort your focus from actually building a sustainable business to chasing impact numbers. And so it's a balancing act that youth need to also understand, and it takes time. And I think what we need to be able to support them with is with advisory and coaching, and it basically comes down to networking and really understanding what it is exactly you're trying to do, and look at what opportunities is there or what you can actually access around you to be able to deliver that.
All right, thanks a lot. I think most of you young people, you are listening in that you actually do not need the money. But you need the money. Okay. Tangaza. At least 1.1 almost billion people in the world have no access to energy. Nothing at all. Look at our villages. I come from a category district in Kiruhura, and it's just of recent that we started seeing electricity poles. But about 20 years ago, 15 years ago, we used to, those small, I don't know how, lamps. Bakaita katado, abazungu bakamani. It's just so small like this, and you put kerosene. And we know from that process, we have had challenges of air pollution. People have suffered. The rural areas, especially people who come from the villages, who are in the villages. Even right now, we have limited access. They have limited access to energy. How can you tell us, how can we ensure that the government does whatever it takes to at least enable the population in the rural areas specifically access energy, but green energy that we are talking about in this process? Let's not talk about Kira right now. No. At the moment, no. Let's first get back to our rural areas. The villages, most of you guys have villages where you come from. And you have relatives who are also still using those smaller lamps to access light, to have light in the house, or even cook. How can we ensure that the rural people have access to clean energy?
Thank you so much, moderator. I've done a few installations in your area, Kiruhura. So to me, it's one of the most interesting places where you have a very low population density. Everyone owns a farm. You have like one person owning 100 acres of land. So bringing power infrastructure to them makes financial sense. But to me, I want to look at it, I want to attack it from the angle I understand most, and I think it will trickle down to the people in the villages. Personally, I'm into the commercial and industrial sector of solar. That is what I do. To me, how I think this can help and it trickles down to the people is if we have more people, if we have more companies, if we have more big consumers taking up these solar systems, what happens? We are going to have an increase in the uptake of the solar. We are going to have more and more containers being imported in. What happens? The prices of these systems is going to go down because the people in the villages, the technology is already there. The only challenge that they're going to face is the price. We can't question the technology works, the products are available. People will say we can't access because of money. And why are they still expensive? They're still expensive because the consumers are still smaller. So if we have more people taking up the solar systems, the price per kilowatt, the price per watt is going to keep going down. And I think we've seen it from the recent past. I don't know what the statistics were in the previous 5 years. I wasn't in the sector. But right now, I know if I'm installing a solar system, I'm going to price it at about, say for a big client, it's going to get around $800 per kilowatt. So I know if I have more people taking it up, it's going to go down to 750. It's going to go down to 600. And as more people take up this, the technology is going to become cheaper. And the people in the villages that we're talking about are going to be able to afford these systems. So to me, I think we can look at it in the macro level of it that if more people acquire these systems, the prices are going to plummet. Because the figures actually do make sense. I was trying to look at the current units, the current rates. Today, if I'm a domestic consumer and I'm connected to the grid, I'm going to pay about 21 cents per unit. If I'm a commercial person, I'm going to pay about 17 cents. And solar is going to give you less than 8 cents per unit.
Yeah.
So solar is a cheaper option. It's a proven option. It's a cheaper option. Even if you extend this grid to these people, having a solar system is going to give you much cheaper energy than what the grid is giving you. So let us encourage the people who are here. If you're here and you're a company, if you're here and you're a manufacturer, you have a demand of more than 50 kilowatts, more than 100 kilowatts. You're located in Uganda, you're along the equator. You have more than 6 hours of brightness every single day. You're guaranteed you're going to have this power. Why don't you take it up? If you do not have the capex, there are companies that are screaming out to you to come and say, hey, if you don't have the capex to do this system, we can come and do it for you, capex free. And then we can have a lease agreement of say 5, 3 to 10 years, depending on what you've agreed upon, for you to be able to pay back. And most cases, these systems have a payback period of less than 5 years. So to me, if the people here take it up, if we stop having this mentality that solar is only for the villages, it's only for lighting up my one house, my 2 bulbs, and realize that, hey, you can actually run an entire facility on solar, then these people are going to take it up. When they take it up, the prices are going to plummet and everyone will be able to afford it. Thank you.
All right, that's great. I think now we know what kind of direction we will take. Let me come back to you, Joel, and let's now talk about a very critical global subject that is going on right now. Many of you know that we have what we call a climate change, and we all feel it right now. And it's been a global topic of discussion. Uganda is heading to COP27. Other countries are all gathered in Egypt, actually this month. And all we are doing, we are talking about is the climate crisis that we are feeling right now. John, do you think renewable energy that we are talking about right now can help address the global climate crisis that we are feeling at the moment? Do you think sustainable energy, renewable energy that young people are now trying to champion and talk about through this engagement? And this is our first engagement, and we're going to make sure that we have this discussion continue until when we realize the energy transition. Either we take 20, 30, 100 years, but we keep talking about
they feel the climate crisis. They know there is sunshine, and they don't have firewood because there are no more trees. And these solutions that we've given them, like the solar dryers, are able to make them have, of course, sustainable livelihoods, but also reduce emissions because there's less pollution if less food is going to waste. And the e-bikes are also reducing pollution. But these are, before we even say the renewable energy transition or clean energy transition, some people just transition into energy. They don't even have what to use. They don't have firewood. They don't have transport. And they just need energy before we tackle renewable energy. But having renewable energy is an opportunity for us to leapfrog, to jump all the steps of we have to first go through pollution to achieve development. If we can have e-bikes, either grassroots, because in the refugee settlements there are no petrol stations, but they can use solar to charge the bikes and they can have transport. And that is a sustainable solution, and that can reduce impact of climate change. If we have solar dryers, less food is getting wasted, but also people are having more nutritious food, and they are also selling more because if they sell these products, their income is increasing. So these are solutions that we've seen working in the grassroots, and it's contributing in figures and numbers because at Cloud Green we are also very data driven. We capture all this information, and we've seen emissions reduce because people are using clean energy solutions. So if we scale this up to every community at the global level, we shall have this impact of reducing effects of climate change. But my message is that it starts with the grassroots, with the individual who is everyday cooking, washing, and doing business. But with clean energy, it's cheaper and it's possible.
Good. Now, let me come to you, Akim. Some countries are struggling. They have actually started their plans to net zero. US, Germany, and other European countries have started this process. They are struggling to make sure that they meet the target. Do you think it's the right time for Uganda to start thinking about stop or replacing fossil fuels to renewable energy? Or we just have ambitions that we cannot achieve?
That's a very good question. I was dreaming I should ask me that question. I've faced that question many times. Here's the thing. When it comes to development, things we're discussing now, we're dealing with dilemmas. Someone said that in the development lines. There's no problem and solution. Otherwise, if it was problem, the solution can solve it. But when you're dealing with dilemmas, you have to make a decision. And if you make a wrong decision, you're going to pay for its negative impact for the rest of your life. If you make a right decision, you live the rest of your life reaping its dividends. We can say that Uganda is not responsible because we don't have those massive cholesterol industrial complications that emitting a lot of carbon. And then we should relax. But again, you realize that our economic position in Uganda, as Uganda, compared to the global world, we are very poor. We don't have the resources to invest in researching renewable energy or smart energy. Most of these technologically powerful countries like the Europe, the America, they are doing a lot of research. Time is going to come when countries like Uganda, with our argument that, we need to use this dirty energy, our products are going to come from industry using dirty energy. And the conscious of the global consumers, if you want to trade those products, they'll be like, no, we're not going to consume your product because they're coming from dirty energy. These industries in Europe and America, those economically powerful countries where they are doing a lot of renewable energy research, they're going to have products from smart industries, and those products are going to be appealing to more consumers. So either way, if we say that, okay, we are not responsible, we are going to end up in our own problem. It's better we start rethinking about our energy approach now than having this argument that we're not going to do anything because we're not responsible to global carbon emission. Because the country that emitted that, they are now being responsible, and time is going to come, they're going to adapt with their technology, they're going to scale it up, and they're going to have more smart product, which will also be appealing to consumers in Africa. So economically, if you don't start talking about renewable energy now, you're going to end up with the wrong decision and you're going to pay for its cost. So I think it's a wise decision to start rethinking about that approach.
Yeah, I have, when you look at some of the presidential addresses in his speeches, he's been struggling to see that at least Uganda starts to think in that direction, just like you have said. And he has also, I think, supported some of the technologies like the Kira motors. And then the other day, I think sometime back, I was talking about electric trains and all of that. But my worry is, and the worry of these young people, that if we do not have power or energy in some of our villages where we come from, how do we start thinking about that kind of transition straight away? Do you think, is that in good faith, or are we ready for that as a country?
I don't think it's a matter of being ready, it's a matter of urgency. Normally in this approach like this, there are low-hanging fruits that we can tap in at the village level. When we talk about energy issue, climate change, it's real. In my village, Adilan, they had a hailstorm, and it's affecting them right now. There's no food, people are starving. We don't even have to wait for 5 years. Any rain pattern, if it changes, the next season people are starving. So what are the low-hanging fruits that we having now? Are we engaging young people at the grassroots level to plant trees that are fast growing? Are we able to identify this? These are practical approaches we can have. We have campaign to start planting trees. Why don't we engage in a campaign like 10 million marathon? You'd always do a lot of marathon, and every young person before you report to school, you plant a tree. This is going to solve some of this problem. What defensive mechanisms do we have to protect our green cover? Because this thing comes also to gender. I don't want to go to that. Girls are the one most affected actually with these energy issues. Nowadays when you go to villages, they are walking long distances to collect firewood. When they walk long distances to collect firewood, they are spending more hours away from school. What negative feedback loop does that have on gender empowerment? It's obvious, we all know that. I'm not going to go there. So how do we bring this green cover close to our home? We are burning bushes. What cultural revolution do we have to start harvesting these bushes as energy? So there's a lot we need to transform at the village level. Actually during dry season, we are very happy hunting animals. Is there programs to revolutionize this? Actually, they are becoming unculture because now they are not sustainable. Are we having discussion to stop bush burning? That grass in other areas is a source of energy. There are feeds for animals. So we need to revolutionize our culture to start adopting culture that can sustainably help us to utilize the resources we have within our environment. But again, young people need also to come up with this discussion at community level. Those who have a privilege that they have gone to school, they are here, you have to spark this conversation. And by sparking this conversation, we are able to engage the institution. We are engaging the institution, we are able to demand for policy and finances to help us scale some of this program. So what am I communicating? We need a cultural revolution, like adopt the low-hanging fruit, like stop bush burning, plant trees. These are things within our means we can do as citizens before we go to do technological advancement approach that require a lot of sophisticated technology that we are not able to
There's something called the energy transition. There's something called renewable energy. There's something called solar. People do not know about these things. They agree. Young people, even those in the rural areas, have no idea about what we're talking about here. But how can we intensify our advocacy strategies and awareness creation across the board, such that the entire population really knows that we are dealing with the climate crisis, where we need to come up with innovations or technologies that will address the climate, and energy transition or just transition is part of that element. How can the population, the stakeholders, the people like here, you look at this room, it's full of people who can cause change by law if they wanted to, but they must be working with the population. They may have good documents on advocacy, communication strategies, all well placed in their offices, but we don't see anything that happens on the ground. People have no idea that when you cook in the house that you stay in, then you're probably causing lung cancer for yourselves or for the family. They have no idea, and they have continued to do such practices. How can we support these kind of engagements? Make sure that the population really understands these things.
Good question. The way I'm going to choose to answer this is two ways. One, I think we need to realize that just in the last 7 years, I think, is when solar really became a buzzword. I think East Africa is the third largest market for solar, at least people lanterns and solar home systems, just behind Southeast Asia and India. And that did not happen in a vacuum, right? So, and a lot of the work was done by the solar companies in the sector, doing really grassroots marketing through circles and whatnot. And we managed to reach, I think the connections every year at least double what the on-grid connections are. So I think at the moment, and the other utility companies are onboarding around 300,000 people a year. And solar is close to maybe just a bit shy of 1 million people accessing energy products through solar companies. And I think what is really needed now is these companies have been doing this independently out of market forces, and now we really need a more collaborative approach across the board from the developing partners, from government, as well as the private sector to come into some sort of PPP that is really targeting advocacy, because we find that yes, Paul's company may not be known, Alan's company may not be known in the village, but people know solar. Solar is bad. It dies after 2 months, right? So we need to drop the brands and really push the energy as an energy name. Just approach renewable energy, and that should be the language across the board for all the stakeholders in the sector. And I think we also need to improve educational systems as well, because we find that people are really studying, volts and watts, but no one is studying what these things can actually do in the communities, right? Until they get out there, and then you find your mom in Masako or your grandmother, and she comes home saying, "We need to buy this solar home system because we need light." And that's the first conversation I think most households are having, at least in the last mile. And so I think that's the approach that may actually end up getting us to the last mile.
Okay, I've been thinking that, of course, that's a good strategy. But I've also been thinking that possibly, when we're talking about inclusion, we're talking about, can we have everybody? Can we not leave anyone behind in this kind of? If we're talking about energy transition, I believe we must move together. Now, when you look at such platforms, these are very good platforms, especially for the young people. And that's why I'm saying we appreciate the key stakeholders like government to give us a platform as young people. All of you guys, you can see all these panels. These are youth, but they're already doing stuff. But there are some people who cannot speak English in the villages, but these guys know how to set up a solar system. How can we engage? How can we provide we get an interpreter. Is that possible? I don't know whether this can go to maybe the conveners of this engagement, but my fellow young people, do you think this is practical? Can we get some of these young people next year, probably in the next Renewable Energy Conference? Can we have testimonies coming from Karamoja, coming from the northern region, the western region? People who are doing stuff, but they are not recognized. Do you think that is possible? That we can do? You and I, that really understand these challenges, how can we ensure that government listen to these voiceless people who are already doing stuff, but they are not brought here? You want? I think you can give us an answer to that. I see.
Yeah. I think
That's a very sweet question.
no, there's a reply.
Right.
Yeah, I think we are focusing a lot on the awareness in the villages, and we are focusing on the awareness in town. Part of my work involves me having to meet engineers from some of these big consumers in town, because the expectation is supposed to be knowledge and money is supposed to flow from the capital and it spreads out over the country. So I can meet these engineers. They've been working for 10 years, and I come and tell them, "Oh, I've come to give you a solar system." And you know the first thing they tell me, like, "Oh, okay, we have a couple of lights that I need to replace." And then I'm telling them, "No, I've not come to do lighting, solar lighting. I've come to bring a solar system and plug into your distribution board to supply your entire facility." And then they're like, "Oh, solar can do that." So if we are talking about this transition, this conversation should not be limited to us creating awareness in villages. There are very many people here who don't know that you can run your entire production facility on solar. They're not aware. And there are the people who are supposed to spread this good news and take it to their villages. So to me, their awareness should start here. If, let me say, tomorrow government say, as a policy, we're going to make sure that all our government offices and ministries and agencies are having, say, a solar system on their rooftop with the spaces there. This information is going to run way faster than us trying to move village per village, because this agency is employing about 500 people, all come here and all scatter in their villages. They'll go back and say, "Oh, we have one at our office. It can work." So to me, the fastest way we are going to spread this news, let it start here. Let the awareness start on the cities themselves, because that's when information is going to travel way much faster than us focusing on the villages.
Okay. I see you have no interest in the villages, but sorry. Okay, okay. I'm just going to conclude with you so that we have a discussion with the audience as well.
Thank you very much. To contribute to his point, we at Pay and Pound, we work with a network of agents, something that has worked for us. We do not have outlets that like you would see MTN or anything. I understand they also have agents, but these are the people that interact with the village people, the grassroots people, on a daily. So these are the people that the government needs to reach out to, or us solar companies that need to reach out to, and then train them on how to use these equipment. The second point is I've seen this for some few solar companies, but they try and translate user manuals into the different local languages, such that people actually understand what they're using. Because imagine if I was to sell to you a phone or an appliance whose user manual is in Swedish, you wouldn't understand. But if it is translated, then it will give you an opportunity to explore and find out the different features that that particular appliance has.
Okay. John, would you like to supplement?
Sure. Maybe just one thing to note. Climate change has been made very technical and too much English, and so it has been really difficult in the grassroots to pass on climate change information. So the energy transition is an opportunity for us to break it down to the last end user in the language they understand best. Because if we also make energy transition very technical, then we shall go through what we are going through in communicating climate change adaptation and mitigation and NDCs and targets. When we go down to communicate the energy transition to the grassroots. So let's drop the voltage, the AC, the DC, and talk to the person in the village in the language they understand, because they are also innovating technologies in the energy transition.
Yeah, I like it when you say we need to really simplify this kind. Yeah, give her a round of applause. That's a very good one. And it's good because we need to simplify some of these terms. And ladies and gentlemen, I think let's now listen to the audience. We're just going to have about 5 minutes for Q&A. I'll give priority to the young people. I'm very serious about this. This is your session, by the way. You should even feel proud that you're even here seated next to the CEOs and the commissioners and directors. It's an opportunity for you. But can I have only 4 questions? Oh, there's a mic. Someone can help me to pass the mic. I want to be gender sensitive this time around. 2 ladies, 2 gentlemen. She is the first one.
Thank you so much. By name Masi Chitimbo, a researcher in renewable energy technologies from Uganda Industrial Research Institute. My first question goes to Mr. Ronald Ogwan. That was a very good submission. You talked about having this narrative in Uganda that, well, solar is used for lighting, just for small scale. So, in that regard, what have you done as a company to change that narrative of people, especially the big players in the commercial and industrial sector, to take up the solar? Just like you said, when people take it up, of course the price will go low for the rural communities to be able to afford. What have you done in that regard to help out? Then the second question goes to Madam Juliana. You're dealing with women in your NGO, and you've mentioned that women are the largest consumers of energy. That's very true, because from what I know, they prepare the food, they are the stay-home people, especially in that regard of cooking. So, we have a problem of charcoal. As Cloud Green, how have you convinced the women that, look, there is an alternative which is cheaper than charcoal? Because for what I know as a researcher, charcoal is by far the cheapest source of energy utilized for cooking, by far. So how have you convinced the women that you're moving out to in the communities that there is something else that we can use besides charcoal?
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Yes. Who else? Where are the young people? Where are they? Stand up. The first one to stand up will ask a question. Okay, he's already up there. Okay. Then there's a lady there, so yeah, I've taken note of it. Then I'll also give an opportunity for government 1 question and involvement partner 1 question.
Good morning, everyone.
Don't say we are leaving you behind.
Okay, my name is Chinedu Nevo. I co-found a social entrepreneurship project, and I'm also a PhD researcher at the Open University, UK. So I have a question. Any of the panelists can take this, and my question is basically on institutions. What are your thoughts on the role of institutions in the transition to renewable energy? By institutions here, I'm referring to the political processes, the government structuring, the availability or lack of policy systems or policies regarding renewable energy. And of course, the informal institutions like the people's way of life, the culture, the norms. How do you think this affects or will affect renewable energy transition? Thank you.
Okay, exactly. That's person from the males.
Good morning. My question is simple, as the moderator said, that youth need money, and the panelists say we don't need money. So my question is, how are the development partners and the government are easing the financial literacy? How the youth can engage with the community when they are facing financial literacy? how the budget proposals, the bankable proposals for the youth startups can be easy for these youth startups to access finance. My question in reality, it regards how can we access as youth startups finances easily, not through all those bureaucracy, you know. That is my question.
Good.
Thank you.
Very well noted. The lady there, just one lady there. Can someone run with the microphone? So one question from government, one question from the government partners. Government doesn't have a
Thank you.
question.
My name is Achaba Bernadette, Virginia. I'm a team lead for Envirosave Uganda. It's a civil society organization that promotes climate change. And I'm also a women in climate change under our Association of Women in Renewable Energy. Mine is to the ministry and the development partners, because women at a tune of 80% are the biggest stakeholder in climate change, conservation and destruction. So most of the women in rural areas need sensitization. But the terms we use, I'm adding my voice to Julia, the terms we use like renewable energy, the English, they don't understand. Yeah, can you please break down those things and even make some translations, like if we go to the community and doing sensitization.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my point. Thank you.
I think that's an appeal. Okay, one from government partners. Yes, we have a question from him here. Tell us your name, organization you work for, and the question. Microphone is just next to
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. This is very interesting to hear about the possibilities and the problems around energy. I'm Fred Hagen from Sweden, and I've been working here with different projects on the countryside with toilets and stoves and solar products. And one thing I think would be very interesting to hear about is all the energy that is consumed for building materials. When you do houses of very heavy bricks, that needs a lot of firewood to produce. That would be interesting to hear from the panel what you're thinking about the future building materials, because that could also be very interesting possibilities. Thank you.
Okay, so any of the panelists will answer that. Any question from government? Okay, he's here.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm Drama Patrick. I come from Moyo District Local Government. Okay, my issue here as a question to the panelists, any of them can answer. You know, we have been, there are government programs that are targeting young people. And when we look at the local government, most of these programs have not really achieved the desired results. Now, that means this gives a question of how responsible are these young people we are talking about? You see, to invest in somebody, to invest in a population, you must ask the question, is this person responsible? And will he manage what assignment I'm giving this person? So I need these panelists to answer the question. How do you think we can best make the youth become responsible after having those past experience, such that they can drive the transition in renewable energy we are talking about?
Very good. That's a very, very good question. And I will be happy, I don't know who can answer that question. You will answer it? Very good. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your questions. Can we now have the panelists answer the questions as we wrap up this engagement? So I'll start with you, Juliana.
The first question from Martha. Thank you for that question. I love research, I love data, but I also love practicality and reality. And with the women that we've worked with, of course, we train them to make briquettes as an alternative energy source. And just yesterday, they were sharing that it's actually cheaper for them to use briquettes than charcoal, because they just need 3 briquettes compared to 3 rounds of charcoal. So those are the things that really, sometimes, yes, what is on ground counts a lot, because that is really what is happening. And we've trained them, and they understand the value of alternative uses, and are training other women to also use briquettes. And then also, maybe just, yes, thank you so much, Bernadette. Yes, we need to simplify energy transition, because it's our everyday life. And our everyday life should not be as complicated. It's already complicated. We don't need to complicate it with so much technicalities. Then maybe lastly, just before I speak about the responsibility of the youth, yes, many a times young people take certain things lightly, and have really wasted a bit of opportunities given to them. And working with the youth space, my appeal to ourselves as young people is that we need to have information, understand our craft, understand what we are doing, because you cannot be trusted. They cannot give the world into your hands if you're going to mess it up. You need to read a lot, understand, study, attend courses, because you need this investment. The older people have invested, definitely. That's why they're making these decisions. And we have to prove ourselves, maybe a little more, but we need to invest in ourselves in order to have impact, because these are global challenges, and we cannot be victimized and say we are young people and feel entitled and think that it will be handed over to us. We need to work for it and prove that we are able to. And also trust that the older generation will give us a stability and wisdom and guidance as we transition to the clean energy. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Juliana. So we're just going to answer the question, but also give you a closing statement as we wrap up this.
All right, thank you very much. Mine is to answer the gentleman from the local government about responsibility. I am very certain that at one point you are also at your youthful stages and you took wrong decisions, but you were given so many chances.
Yes.
You know, we learn from the mistakes that we do. And I am happy to share that I am somewhere personally. And I'm also pushing for the youth to get somewhere. I would also like to pose a question to him. Has the local government done follow-up on the youth projects that they've carried out to actually see that they are in effect?
He will answer that after this panel discussion. Take note, sir. Okay, next, Alan. You answer the question, give your closing statement.
Options that are there, but they just don't know about them. So it's an issue of knowledge and not an issue of we need capital. On the other side, a lot of youth rush to start businesses. I've also been a victim of this, which are actually going to be, yes, you're in business, you have a shop full of stock, but that's capital locked in there. So I would also urge, it's a knowledge issue of low capital businesses that actually can earn income. And these are things that you have to learn as an entrepreneur, and I think that is what is actually lacking in our education system, is proper entrepreneurial guidance, because people need to understand the difference between the product being the business, but actually the business model is the business. Second question I want to tackle is the building materials. So at Tukole, we started with the other trades, so not solar technicians first. And we've worked with a lot of youth who are actually doing some interesting innovative work around building spaces. And we see there's like Ecoplastyle who are recycling plastics to make roofing tiles, to make bricks, to make poles and all this. And there are other innovations around also using containers and stuff, because these are easily transported to the last mile or very remote areas with much less of the cost of transporting the regular building materials. So I think there's a lot of room for innovation around alternate construction materials that actually can be manufactured on site, things like sand, plastic bottles. So I think it's just also an issue of identifying what is actually viable across the industries and skilling the youth to be able to take on those technologies.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Next, yeah. Answer the question in case you have and close it.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, I didn't hear your name. Sorry, the one who asked a question about building material. That's a very serious concern, and I was interested in the question, but Alan partly answered it. Just to think like a youth, how many of us watched The Woman King, the movie? Did you appreciate the architecture? And it did like take you back to the village, the kind of building materials we used to recycle, we got from the environment, low energy. For me, it triggered me. So when you talk about building material, we also need energy. We need to bring the researchers, architecture on board. How can they design like good design, but also giving us that this design we can derive, we can collect some of these resources from the one we have and the cost low energy, and stop this thing of like looking at success in a Western perspective. We don't need these big walls. We don't have winter. We don't have most of this material that cost us a lot of cholesterol energy. So a wall of like a few millimeters should be able to keep you safe. And someone will raise a question of security as well. That will come in. But there's a lot of
Okay.
Yeah, but my conclusion is for us to build communities that give meaning and purpose to every life, we need to become energy conscious, and energy is at the core of everything we do. Young people think, give leadership, information outside there, population become energy conscious. We can easily have this conversation at community level. Let's multiply different energy leaders at grassroots level so that it's easy, this language can easily be interpreted and people can resonate with it. They can own the problem instead of for us suggesting that the problem is there. It's very important to let the community understand that this problem is ours, so it's our responsibility to address it. So in that way, the communication will be more easier. Thank you very much.
All right.
Yeah. I'll answer the question from the lady. Is it Martha?
Yes.
Yes. What are we doing for the commercial and industrial sector? Two things, very practical. It's what I do every day, so please reach out to me in case you're interested. Number one is we do awareness. We have a 90 kilowatt plant at Namamve, Toyota Namamve, that's in the industrial park. I freely take people there who are interested in wanting to know about how these big solar systems work. So feel free to reach out. Right now, from my monitoring tool, I can see it's meeting about 50% of the energy consumption of Toyota in Namamve. The second one is financing. We have some people who are interested, they do not have the capex. Unfortunately, the policy here does not allow us to do power purchase agreements, but we would be glad to do them. So probably later on when it's revised, we can have a solar power purchase agreement. Right now it's not available because in Uganda we do single buyer model. But what is available for commercial and industrial clients are lease agreements. If let me say your solar plant is going to cost, say for argument's sake, $100,000, we can say you're going to pay for this over a period of 5 years. Every year, you're making annual payments of dividing that by 5 or 20,000. And if you're going to pay quarterly, you're going to pay $5,000. So there are those flexible payment modes. My closing remarks is this energy works. It has worked. If you want to prove that it works, please reach out to me. I'll show you that it works, and you can actually acquire it for your facility. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. Juliana, there's a question.
Yeah, just briefly on the role of institutions in supporting the energy transition, the question Mr. Chinedu asked. The institutions have really come in to support. The Ministry of Energy, for instance, has given us this platform. Government is really supporting this energy transition. There's a charging corridor already, and the government has the will. But also, still there's a lot that needs to be done. We need all institutions brought on board, UNBS for standards, URA for importation, because we are bringing in technologies if we are discussing technology transfer. But the institutions and the government has the will, the private sector has the will, but still there's a lot we can do within the policy and making the investment environment better.
All right, thank you so much, Juliana. But before I ask the audience to give a round of applause to the panelists, I have two important messages. One is an appeal, and this appeal goes to His Excellency the President, that, and this is from the young people, and this is from the young people, that he's been giving briefs, security briefs, health briefs. Can he now start giving briefs about renewable energy and energy transition? I want to say this. I know government representation here is very key, and I've seen them. They are the conveners of this engagement. We are expecting probably either the Right Honourable Prime Minister, but I am pretty sure the ministry is here, that we want to request him that can we start talking about renewable energy? Every time he's making a statement on TV, can he start mentioning about transition to sustainable future for this country? That's an appeal and it's a request. And lastly, for us to be able to understand sustainable development, the young people again initiated the Sustainable Development Goals Run. This is a marathon that creates awareness about the SDGs, the 2030 agenda. And in 2017, the Youth Go Green launched this run. And we have been doing this Sustainable Development Goals Run every year, except the last 2 years where we had issues of COVID. This year, because we are working with the Ministry of Energy, we decided to have an SDG run dedicated to SDG number 7. I don't know whether you guys know SDG 7. SDG 7 is about energy, affordable and clean energy. And still, we said, can we dedicate this run to energy? And specifically, we have our people run for energy access. We said, for the first 2,000 people to register for the run will get free kits. It's a message to you. I know the Minister of Energy will talk about more about the SDGs and when we are going to have this run. Lastly, the young people, you have a very big role to play. Let me tell you that unless you want to just live in a future that you are not sure of, it is high time that you start thinking about sustainable future. A sustainable future is where you have everything in a very good shape, including the air you breathe and everything you do in your house. These engagements that we have are critical. They are not just putting these platforms for us to fill the seats that you're seated in, but they are giving you an opportunity to think and rethink about the next 100 years or even 50 years for those of you that will be living here. So, as they make the policies and frameworks, I am talking about our elders, the parents that we have in the house. For the next 150 years, they will not be around. God forbid, I don't want you guys to die. But you will die a natural death. But what assurance do we have that indeed we shall live in a sustainable future? Our great children, our great grandchildren, but even ourselves. So that means if you are given an opportunity, a platform like this one, don't expect transport refund, but expect to acquire knowledge and network. Look for partners that can give you finances. There are very many development partners in the room who want to support your engagements. But have you picked a business card? Have you picked a contact? That's what I am talking about. Be strategic and strategically position yourselves where you can have your initiatives, innovations be supported.
And finally?
And finally, can we give a round of applause to our panelists? Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We thank the Ministry of Energy for giving the young people an opportunity. Next year, will be here with us, and we'll continue to say and speak about energy transition. It's a pledge from the young people. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. This is the end of this engagement. Thank you so much. Over to you, my friend Andrew. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much. Let's clap for them again. They've been very youthful. My comrade from the upcountry side, I think you need to have a conversation with him on the opportunities and how best government is fast-tracking these projects that are meant for the youth. But those joining us for the different conversations online, the hashtag is REC2022, and the conversation just got started. We have started with the climate change. My conversation with the Minister of State for Environment was about our negotiators as we're going to COP this year. It's very sensitive and we need this agenda to be escalated. Now, just to be very brief, you're going to have a tea break. Our sugar level shouldn't go down, but we are having it from the exhibition side. So we are going to go out and we have a tea break. Just make sure that while you're there, you go through the different stalls. And after that, we shall return. So you roughly have 30 minutes on court. While you're leaving, please go with your phones. Just turn to your neighbor, tell them, please leave with your phones. I am a typical muntu wa wansi and I'm a Christian. And the Bible says when the children of God convened, the Satan was among them. I'm not saying that you're the Satan. But I'm African as such, and I want to encourage you to please go with your phone while you're going for a tea break and make sure anything that's valuable, you walk with it. It could be a laptop. It has very sensitive information there. Please go with it while you're having your tea, and then we can come back. Please, while you're there, go through the stalls and make sure that you make sense of what is there, that when we return, we can officially open this engagement. And again, while you're there, please get off your phone and interact with people, okay? Let's be the people we are. See you in the next 30 minutes. Thank you.
energy for sustainable industrialization, inclusive growth, and economic recovery. From the
Hello, there was a change of program, so the official opening is going to be earlier than intended. So everyone who has not left yet for tea and coffee break should stay in this room ideally. Thank you.
All right, friends who are just still by the staircases, kindly get through. And the ones who can reach out to a friend, a colleague by phone, kindly give them a phone call. Tell them we're back in session. Let them come through. Let them come through as we get into the next session. One thing I forgot to tell you, that when you take long while you're having tea, you could come back and your place could be taken up by someone else. And it's only those who were guided by the Spirit that they came back. Okay, now this is why we need renewable energy. We need some, we need a greenhouse where we can have these conferences where Umeme can't interrupt us. I saw Umeme's stall. I asked them, what are you doing here? And they told us they're in energy. I said, okay. But your rates, I can't wait until March 2020, 25. You never know. But we need renewable energy solutions for this. So friends, we are up to the next session. And this session is going to be still at a high level kind of event. And thanks to all those who have actually exhibited quite a lot of innovations in the exhibition tents where we've been. I'm very impressed, by the way. Let's clap for the innovators in this room. That is remarkable. That's innovation. I want to thank you so much. In a special way, you're going to allow me to thank our partners and our sponsors. This all could not happen unless we had very reliable partners in this. And I'm going to request my dear colleagues and friends here in the energy sector that we are going to clap for them. Convening this entire conference year in, year out, it's not easy. Let's clap for Total Energies. Let's clap for Total Energies. They have believed in this agenda from the word go up to today, and they have never let us go. In the same way, let's clap for GIZ. GIZ, our friends, the German team, thank you so much. We can feel your pulse in everything that we do. The GIZ team, thank you so much. Let's thank Open Capital for sponsoring these conversations. If you don't clap, just think about it. If they had not come through, would you be here? Just clap for them. Let's appreciate the UNCDF as well for sponsoring this agenda. And we have the Youth Go Green. Let's clap for them as well. These are key partners. And we have the HDF. Let's clap for them as well. We have the Innovate Africa. Let's clap for them. That's the next logo there. And we have the Uganda Solar Energy Association of Uganda. Let's clap for them. And finally, UNREA for being great partners to this. Friends, at this juncture, you'd have all protocol observed. Those streaming this conversation on the different platforms, especially our YouTube platforms, and those on Twitter are going by the hashtag REC2022. I want to appreciate you. We want to appreciate the different embassies that are here and those from the diplomatic corps. We can't thank you enough for believing in this agenda of the renewable energy. But at the same time, we want to thank the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. As a journalist, my job is to guide the country to the right direction. And I appreciate when there is really good guidance to that. That said, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome His Excellency Zake W. Kibedi, the Ambassador and the Permanent Representative of Uganda at the International Renewable Energy Agency in Abu Dhabi, UAE. He's going to address us, and thereafter we shall have other speakers. Honorable Kibedi, Your Excellency. Okay. Okay, I think they're still sorting out a couple of issues with our guest of honor down there. But we have them here. In a special way, I want to thank the other countries that have joined us here today about this entire conversation about renewable energy. And this session, where we have come just to bring you to speed. Energy transition in emerging economies like Uganda is highly hindered by financing. Regardless of the energy resource available, the issue of financing is stampeding quite a lot of efforts. The innovators, the youth, they were sharing here, they're saying that financing is something that is challenging whatever innovations they have. So this session we're going to have, it's going to bring different stakeholders from the different foreign missions working to accelerate the energy transition. And the session will also serve as a call to action to developing financing facilities and initiatives in advancing the energy transition as a country. So that's where the agenda is going to be in this entire session that is upcoming. So friends, I'll request you that while you're there and you're tweeting about this, this is entirely where the conversation is going to be. My team of DVI possibly could tap a little bit on the trips that are coming off the line, that we can be sure of who is tweeting about us when we talk about the renewable energy REC 22. All right, you'll bear with me. When we're dealing with these international and national occasions, we have a few changes here and there. But to those who want to use the Wi-Fi, that's the Wi-Fi. And just to clarify on a couple of things, those who want to use the restrooms, I understand that we started without that ground rules. On my left, you just take that very wall there. There is that very wall there. That is where we have the access to the restrooms. I don't know that innovators here are seeing all this coming on and off. Does it make your brains go as innovative as we should? We need a green hole in this country, something that can identify and work with us. So to those who are just joining us again, we want to welcome you so much. Thank you so much for being a part of this conversation. And just remind you that this entire REC 2022, it's starting today and it will end on Saturday. But the entire agenda is to promote exposure to novel and state-of-the-art innovations and trends in the energy sector through convergence of stakeholders. Among these, we have the innovators, we have inventors, we have researchers, we have government, development partners, to mention but a few. In the same way, it will facilitate both business to individual and business to business models. These interactions are through networking and achieving, as well as advertisement of products and services and human teams that are going to be a part of this. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause. Our guests are finally here. Let's give them a round of applause as they come through. Good to see you, Your Excellencies, and our peers. I will allow them to settle in and then we shall proceed. Okay. Now that we have, like I told you, that this conversation is entirely going to be, this section, it's bridging on the financing and the development partners, sharing the strategies and models where we can find lasting solutions. And allow me at this juncture to welcome His Excellency Zake W. Kibedi, who happens to be the ambassador and the permanent representative of Uganda, the International Renewable Energy Agency. Round of applause for His Excellency.
Thank you so much. Honorable Minister, the Permanent Secretary, Excellencies, the ambassadors here today, ladies and gentlemen, my name is K1 Mechibedi, Ambassador of Uganda to the United Arab Emirates. I'm also the permanent representative of Uganda to the International Renewable Energy Agency, which is headquartered in Abu Dhabi. Renewable energy sources play a vital role in securing sustainable energy with lower emissions. I am happy to represent a country which is almost 100% consuming renewable energy. The International Renewable Energy, based in Abu Dhabi, is the global center of discussing renewable energy and providing timely input to the various interventions that are driving renewable energy. The theme for this conference, which is renewable energy for sustainable industrialization, inclusive growth and economic recovery, is timely. Uganda has relied on renewable energy for the economic achievements registered over years. Renewable energy is strategic because it offers the opportunity for decentralization of energy supply. In my role as permanent representative at the International Renewable Energy Agency, I'm required to make sure that timely feedback from IRENA to Uganda is done such that timely interventions are also executed, which is crucial for creating further impact on renewable energy adoption in Uganda, which is also important for improvement of policy and adoption of renewable energy technologies. Renewable energy is ever evolving, and it's important that we adopt the new and efficient renewable energy options. The COVID-19 crisis, climate, and other impacts which were affected by the crisis should prepare us to rise above the bar through innovations, through technologies that can enhance adoption for renewable energy. This is premised on the fact that when 1/3 of the world population was under some form of lockdown in April 2020, air pollution dropped to unprecedented levels. The greatest challenge to adoption of renewable energy has been financing options that are available. The majority of small enterprises and households have not benefited much since the conditions set are beneficial to big systems and consumers. The segment of the population not considered has delayed the rapid coverage to attain 100% modern energy access. It would be good and important to improve the financing mechanisms to cover the whole population. As the permanent representative of Uganda to the International Renewable Energy Agency, if you ask me today what my suggestion would be to enhance on our policies for full adoption of renewable energy, I would propose that the net metering policy, which will encourage everybody, however small, to generate and sell the balance to neighbors through another medium of either national grid or mini grid. Then the people involved in generation can purchase from their neighbors when they are not able to generate. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, I thank you for inviting me to be part of this very important conference today, and I wish you good luck with the continuing schedule of the program. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. That was such a great conversation, and we can't get enough of that. Ladies and gentlemen, in the same wave, allow me to welcome one of our key partners and sponsors for this conversation. From Total Energies, let's welcome Mr. Felipe. I won't risk to mention the other name because I could pronounce it wrong. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes.
Okay, so I will pronounce first. My name is Philippe Grouex. Honorable ministers and members of parliament present, ambassadors, representatives of government entities and companies participating in this conference, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, good morning to you all. It's with immense pleasure that I stand before you here today to deliver this keynote speech. As Total Energies EP Uganda, we are proud to be one of the main sponsors of this annual conference and hope to continue supporting Ministry of Energy's objective of engaging on the diverse approaches of curbing the energy sector challenges and fostering renewable energy adoption in Uganda. This year's conference is quite timely as it considers the current dynamics of Ugandan renewable energy future, factoring in the ongoing industrial development and economic growth. Globally, worldwide, the short-term trajectory of energy demand maintains an increase in demand for fossil fuel due to the post-COVID economic recovery in 21-22, and the current market disruption have led to skyrocketing prices. More effort will be needed to decarbonize while ensuring energy supply in quantity while maintaining affordable price. The Ugandan scenario is not very different from the global outlook, and we have witnessed increase in energy prices leading to inflation of all basic products. Current high energy prices remind us about the importance of energy efficiency. The best and cheapest energy is the one we do not use. The current crisis should be an opportunity to increase and anchor energy saving and efficiency measures, as they are the fundamental basis of any scenario to reach the Paris Agreement objective. Then, all energy sources will be needed to build an energy mix which will contain less and less carbon over time. I'm talking about gas and biofuel. They are not perfect, but they are better than oil and conventional petroleum products. I'm talking about all renewables energy, solar, hydro, wind, geothermal, and I'm talking as well about nuclear. We should not oppose, but combine all those energies. In Uganda, we recognize government efforts in providing leadership on the transition to e-mobility, which we believe is a substantial load for uptake of electricity. Total Energies is part of the energy cluster on e-mobility think tank. We are currently supporting the transition to e-mobility and shall be hosting infrastructure for battery swapping and charging stations at selected service stations. If you do get a chance to visit our exhibition stand outside, you will find one of our electric vehicles and charging stations, demonstrating our transition agenda towards net zero, less reliance on fossil fuels, and more integration of renewable in our portfolio. Low carbon fuel can reduce emission in the mobility sector by 30%. Total Energies is a leading player in the biofuel sector, and we are tapping into this expertise by working with Ministry of Energy and all the relevant stakeholders to roll out biofuels blending in Uganda. And we have progress. We are very close to start commercializing bioethanol, which will be based on a sugarcane feedstock. And we are working as well on establishing and bringing on the market biodiesel with a feedstock made of candle nut and jatropha. This will take a bit more time as the feedstock is not available for biodiesel, and we need to develop more production in order to support this development. Coming back to biomass, in Africa, the switch away from traditional biomass to modern energy is core to increasing energy efficiency while providing affordable energy access, better living standards, and economic development to growing populations. In Uganda, we really commend the government effort to drive the promotion of clean cooking with intervention like improved cooking technologies coupled with cleaner cooking fuels. The recent introduction by Electricity Regulatory Authority of subsidized electricity tariff for cooking will help reducing the reliance on biomass, at the same time increase the uptake of electricity. In line with the energy transition to cleaner cooking fuel, Total Energies will be installing a liquefied petroleum gas bottling plant in the Albertine region with a production capacity of 80,000 metric tons per year, to be compared to the current production of 24,000 tons per year. So this has to be a concerted effort to grow the demand for this cleaner fuel. And we recognize again and appreciate the effort of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development in supporting the uptake of LPG through this LPG project, which will help reducing the pressure on forests and improve air quality across the country. Renewables. Already the main driver of the decarbonization of the energy mix, are experiencing a higher and faster penetration as energy security becomes a key concern for many countries. The benefit of this energy being that they are local. Uganda is really in a privileged position, with more than 90% of its energy mix coming from renewable energies. Nevertheless, the demand for electricity will increase significantly, and additional production capacity will be needed in the future, and renewable energy solution should be a privilege. For this immense challenge that we have in front of us, massive investment in clean technologies, research and development is needed. The technologies that will to develop and improve the technologies that will power this new energy system. Total Energies is committed to this transition and devotes already more than 60% of its R&D budget to clean technologies. You will have a very interesting presentation tomorrow on our geothermal R&D, and which could be of high interest for Uganda in the future. I hope a lot of you will be able to attend this session. As I conclude, in support of Uganda energy transition, Total Energy signed a MOU with the government of Uganda on 1st of February 22 in the presence of His Excellency, the President, with the main objective of ensuring energy security and transition. This MOU put in place a framework for a collaboration between Total Energy and Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development to develop 1 gigawatt of renewable capacity by 2030. In line with this agreement, Government of Uganda identified a first phase of 120 megawatt of solar photovoltaic project with across 6 locations. And it is my immense pleasure, distinguished guests, to announce that we will sign before the end of this conference with the government of Uganda through the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, the development of this project. We will undertake feasibility studies and develop this solar PV project in accordance with the project agreement and all applicable laws. The realization of this project is an important milestone, showing our commitment to be a multi-energy partner in Uganda. I take this opportunity to thank His Excellency once again for the great leadership on aspects of energy transition, and I thank the Minister of Energy for the continuous support towards the realization of the energy transition in Uganda. I would like to thank you all for listening to me and wish you all exciting and productive discussion during this conference. Thank you.
Let's give Mr. Philippe a round of applause. I expected countrymen to clap when he said that before the end of this conference, Total is going to sign a huge contract with the government of Uganda about a particular project. Let's clap for that. That's big money there. And I cannot express how grateful we are as a country. Philippe, on behalf of my country, I really want to thank Total Energy for thinking in the next direction. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me at this juncture to welcome our PS in the energy sector, that is Engineer Irene Pauline Bateba, to come and address us.
The Honorable Minister of State for Energy, Honorable Okasai Sidronius Sopolot, Your Excellencies, the ambassadors, the different CEOs who are here, and any honorable members of parliament, if any, colleagues from government and non-government agencies, representatives from civil society organizations, the private sector actors, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to you all. On behalf of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, I want to take this opportunity to welcome you all to this second edition of the Renewable Energy Conference 2022 in Uganda. This conference has been organized under the National Renewable Energy Platform of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, and it will run through today and tomorrow, and also Saturday. So we want to encourage all of you to take off your weekend to ensure you attend the conference even on a Saturday. That's how dedicated the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development is to ensuring we are deploying renewable energy technologies. We want to thank our partners, both the development partners, but also the sponsors for this conference, for supporting the Ministry of Energy to ensure we can have a successful conference. And they deserve a hand clap. So as a ministry, we are delighted that this conference is happening at a time when the world is experiencing major instabilities in the provision of conventional energies, and when the discussion on transitioning to renewable energy is most pronounced. And of course, as a ministry, we want to emphasize that an inclusive energy transition requires a holistic framework and a well-designed supportive policies, leveraging regional collaboration, but also working with our different partners to ensure that strategies we are putting in place are really addressing a just and fair transition. So deployment of renewable energy will become very critical, and good enough as a country, we are largely a renewable energy powered country. So already we are at a good start of this energy transition. But also on our side, the issue of energy security and access to clean and affordable energy remains core to our strategies as the Ministry of Energy. And that's why we are emphasizing the role of the different energy sources, including petroleum, in ensuring we can continue to meeting our energy needs for now, but also for the future as we work on decarbonizing our energy industry, but also the other industries. The issue of skilling, and I can see quite a number of youth, remains very core to our strategies to see how we can support the youth to participate in this transition that we are fostering together with our development partners. The other pillar that we want to emphasize as a ministry is ensuring that communities are benefiting from companies that are implementing greener operations and projects. So the issue of community. The other pillar is local content. Buy Uganda, Build Uganda. As we push for this energy transition and the different approaches, we want to see as many local companies participating in the energy and specifically the renewable subsector. So the current global energy crisis calls for increased awareness, integrated planning, and investment in renewable energy. And the theme for this year's conference cannot emphasize that enough, where we are looking at renewable energy for sustainable industrialization, inclusive growth, and economic recovery, which aligns very well with all our different plans under the National Development Plan 3, but also other plans that we are implementing, including the global strategies that we've ratified as a country. So in this spirit, we have been running a year of quite some activity, and this is the culmination of a number of events that preceded this year's conference. We launched the Sustainable Energy Response Plan for refugees and refugee host communities, where we were supported by a number of our development partners, and that is going to be very critical in ensuring we continue to support not only the refugees, but also the communities where they are domiciled. So I want to encourage all of you to look out for that plan. And of course, already alluded to by Felipe, the CEO Total Energies, we established the electricity cooking tariff to really ensure we are promoting usage of clean energy, and hopefully it can make a contribution to moving a number of Ugandans to using biomass, rudimentary methods of using biomass, to using clean energy. But working with Busitema University, we've also launched a 4-megawatt solar power plant, and we are working on ensuring we can start evacuating that power plant. Total Energies has already announced we are working with them on a number of renewable energy projects, and as part of this conference, we'll be executing a development agreement to ensure we can support them and also the country in that endeavor. So we want to congratulate and thank Total Energies for that commitment. We have worked with GIZ to launch a number of hydropower mini-grids and worldwide fund, WWF, that is in Lamo and Kasese districts, We also want to thank them for that effort. So it has been quite a busy year as we were also updating our energy policy that is now complete, and once that is cleared by Cabinet, we should have it shared among our different partners. So the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development has taken cognizance of the many prevailing challenges, recovery from COVID and now Ebola. But despite all these, we continue to register a number of achievements, and that goes to speak to the resilience of the energy and mineral subsector. So this conference will provide a platform for stakeholders amidst all these challenges, global challenges, and also local challenges, to forge partnerships, share experiences, carry out joint planning, and formulate solutions for an improved renewable energy subsector. But I wanted to emphasize that one of the challenges that our renewable energy development is facing, of course, is access to financing, and the climate ambition will definitely require emerging markets such as Uganda to transform their energy systems, and yet obtaining support, including support for this green transition during economic recovery, is one of the areas that we must focus on. And I want to thank the organizers of the conference who thought through the different topics. I know there is a panel that is dedicated to just addressing issues of financing the energy transition. So emerging markets face a number of challenges caused by rapid urbanization, including growing pollution levels, but also rising energy demand. So the question is, how do we together work out solutions to ensure we are tackling those three areas: rapid urbanization, but also the pollution that we continue to experience, and also while meeting the growing energy demand? So that is the issue that we need to address together. So I am glad to announce that this year's conference is hosting a delegation of development partners, and they'll be introduced shortly by my minister. And we also have local financing institutions and financial advisors who will deliberate on the available financing options and opportunities in the renewable energy subsector. As I slowly come to the close, the issue of data in informing our investment decisions is also becoming very critical, so that the decisions we are taking are evidence-based and are really meeting the problems, or addressing the problems that we face. So in these fast-changing, technologically driven times, the acquisition, transfer, and use of relevant data, information, and knowledge is of great importance for the development of renewable energy. And we have quite a number of partners we are working with to ensure we can start collaborating on data collection, analysis, and ensuring that we are using this data to inform our decisions. We were having a side chat with a Norwegian ambassador, and the government of Norway is willing to also support us in that endeavor. So this is something that we will focus on going forward as a Minister of Energy, so that we are able to have well thought through decisions. So as the government, through the Ministry of Energy, we will continue to support communities to access clean cooking fuels and technologies. And we've been very careful to now put in place regulations to regulate biofuels following the enactment of the Biofuels Act. In 2018, we've now promulgated additional regulations to ensure we can practically support the deployment of biofuels as one of the solutions. At this juncture, I will first pause as we stand up to welcome our guest of honor, the Honorable Jennifer Namayangu, the Minister for Bunyoro Affairs. I'll request that we all stand up. So thank you. You may have your seats. Honorable Minister, you're welcome. So as I draw to a close, I was emphasizing the fact that the government, through the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, will further support communities to access clean cooking fuels and technologies, and working with our development partners, and specifically the World Bank, we are putting together a project, the Energy Access Scale-Up Project, of about 638 million US dollars that seeks to increase the share of renewables in Uganda's energy mix. So this particular project will also tackle bottlenecks impeding adoption of renewable energy, such as inadequate standards, inadequate awareness of renewable energy fuels and technologies, inadequate consideration for climate change. So we are ensuring that issues of the environment are embedded in this project so that we are able to deliver our targets as a country when it comes to the environment. With that, ladies and gentlemen and the honorable ministers, I would like to appreciate the organizers for this conference, but also the sponsors once again, and we do wish you fruitful deliberations. And as I close, I want to use this opportunity to also welcome our Honorable Minister of State for Energy, Honorable Okasai Opolot Sidronius. I keep saying he's the most passionate Uganda when it comes to meeting our targets regarding energy supply. Honorable Minister, you're welcome.
Now that our guest of honor has arrived, and she's representing the Prime Minister, I request that we stand up and sing the national anthem. If we have a recorded version, can we please play it? The two anthems. So thank you very much. Let's resume our seats. Representative of the Prime Minister, the Minister for Bunyoro, my sister Jennifer Namayangu, Your Excellencies, the ambassadors, the Permanent Secretary, representatives of MDAs, representatives of development partners, representatives of the private sector, and my dear youth. Honorable Namayang wouldn't have had the national anthem sung if the Prime Minister was not represented. So I wish to welcome you to this meeting. My sister, Energy Week has been going on since Tuesday. This is culmination of the Energy Week. On Tuesday, we had a session on energy efficiency and e-mobility. You recall in Cabinet, we talked about e-mobility, and it's actually turning into a reality. When you get out to the show, you'll actually be able to see an electric car. And there are a lot of things which are going on. Yesterday, we also had another occasion on now electricity in general. And today we are having renewables, renewable energy. But that's not the end of it. Tomorrow we shall be running sessions on extractables, minerals, and petroleum. But we have an exhibition which I'll request you to go through as we finish with the session, the official session of this meeting. It is going out there, and you'll see all the technologies, even the demonstration of nuclear energy use in Uganda. I'm delighted to welcome all of you, and in a particular attention to the Prime Minister's representative, your coming here signifies the importance government places on the role of renewable energy in contributing to the socio-economic development of our country. We are gathered here to reflect on what has been achieved in the last year, in 1 year, since November last year to November this year. There's a lot that has gone down the bridge in renewable energy. I wish to applaud each one of you for contributions that you have made to achieve what we have achieved in the 1 year that we are reflecting on. Renewable energy strategies for our country actually cover all aspects of economic development. You consider what's happening in Ministry of Health, renewable energy, you will see it there. You go to Ministry of Water, Environment, renewable energy is playing a big role. So renewable energy covers all aspects of our development. This has enabled the government to evaluate the level of adoption of the renewable energy technologies, because they are in all aspects of our economic development. Government is paying attention to it, and government has been able to evaluate it. Uganda is blessed with abundant renewable energy sources. We are very lucky. While others are going through hard times on transition, our energy mix actually is mainly dominated by renewables. The estimated renewable energy potential that Uganda has, if I may say it currently, we have a potential of hydro, which is about 4,500 megawatts. We have 1,500 potential from geothermals. And when I say potential, it doesn't mean that's all we have. This is what is known now, especially in geothermal. They have only explored part of the Rift Valley. And what we are developing is 1,500 megawatts, but we have a higher capacity. Solar Right now, we have we can say, according to the technologies available, and this being so modest, 5,000 megawatts, and then we have a potential of 1,700 of biomass. I wouldn't want to emphasize biomass because we have got to save our environment. The strategies of and the policy of government is to move everybody from using biomass and move into renewable energy. And if it is not renewable, for example, the previous speaker talked about moving into nuclear, which I'm passionate about, because we have a big potential to move into nuclear. So we can actually make everybody move from using biomass, and we move into other sources, including those ones which Felipe talked about, liquefied gas, biogas. We have all those potentials to make sure that we move into clean energy. We are assessing the strategy for the development of green hydrogen too, and I know in this conference we actually have those who are going to participate in one of the discussions on biogas. Not biogas, it is a hydrogen. We have a huge potential to produce not just hydrogen, but green hydrogen, meaning we can produce hydrogen through clean sources of energy without getting into the other potential which the PS talked about. Petroleum, which we have. In order to ensure harmonized planning in the renewable energy resources, Uganda partners with a number of entities, such as International Renewable Energy Agency, and His Excellency the Ambassador talked about it in his presentation, which is spearheading the discussion on energy transition towards renewable energy. The energy transition agenda is key in mitigating negative environmental impacts, and more so for our country, deforestation and so on. But I'm excited here, the Minister of Water and Environment has got an ambitious plan to regreen Uganda. It means we're actually taking care of our environment and also the climate. The ministry has finalized the development of the national energy policy, as the PA said, and we are moving to cabinet to have it approved. The policy addresses a number of emerging issues, including aspects of the energy transition. We should not be left behind in the discussion on energy transition. Although we are predominantly in the green energy sector, we must continue thinking about it, and we must improve it, and we must define strategies how we can tread in a good direction to reduce the effects of climate change. As part of its endeavors to promote the renewable energy, my ministry recently gazetted the biofuels regulations that will support the implementation of the biofuels by which will implementation of the Biofuels Act 2018. You know, we had the act before, but now we have the regulations to implement it, and it's urgent that we start the implementation of the renewable, of biofuels. The government has also put in place mechanisms of reducing the high dependence on biomass for cooking through promotion of clean cooking technologies. Felipe talked to it, even the PS talked to it. So for emphasis, we are moving towards that. Innovative ideas, especially from you, the youth. which will enable us to move into clean energy and into clean cooking. When I was coming here, I passed through the show, and I saw certain technologies which are not seen before, and it's coming from you, the youth. My ministry will support you if you have innovative ideas. Similar to that one which I saw, I called one of my commissioners and said, I want this one recorded and should be followed and supported. So youth, we are looking at you for innovative ideas. Some of you are still at school. You are still in universities. Use that opportunity to come up with innovations in the energy, especially renewable energies, and my ministry will support you. The government will continue to build the local capacity and increase skilled manpower to innovate, manufacture, operate, repair, and maintain energy systems so as to enhance adoption of clean energy options in our country. And this is a challenge to you youth. The opportunity is developing skills. Government feels bad to export domestic workers, but would wish to develop the skills and export skilled manpower. So the ministry and government supports development of skills in the energy sector. And the act which was amended in electricity has particularly come out clearly on need for research, need for developing the technologies. We should move out from being end users of technologies. We must participate in developing the skills and the technologies, especially in this new area of development in the energy. As the energy transition is taking shape, products may appear in our market that need to be checked for quality and safety. And this one is critical. On the first day, we're talking about energy efficiency. What our appliances can save energy. And this one, when I talk of need for quality, safety, and security, this one is core in the energy development for our country. So the ministry is collaborating with the various agencies of government, for example, National Bureau of Standards, to protect Uganda and to protect the environment. We are developing standards. We are going to enforce standards of the appliances that may enter the national market. Government will work with several other partners also to develop flexible financing mechanisms to support the deployment of renewable technologies in our country. While we are exploring finances, flexible finances, government is already making steps towards enabling the financing of development of renewable energies and its adoption and use. We know there is a gap in accessing financing for renewable energy development investments. The available financing modalities have not been suitable for renewable energy and energy efficient technologies deployed so far in our country. As a result, we have seen small-scale businesses in the renewable energy industry, but would wish to have more small businesses developed. The government, therefore, has established the Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company to support the credit facility for the renewable energy businesses, small businesses. Take interest in this. They may participate in discussions. Yesterday they were there. But if they are not here today, as I passed through the exhibition, they are actually there. And please take interest, especially you, the youth. That's one area for you, the youth, to take interest in, and also for the population of Uganda, especially the communities. Because this one is targeted, especially to enable households to access financing for renewable energy appliances. Through the Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company, governments continuously providing financing mechanisms to the private sector through initiatives such as financing intermediation for off-grid access, with the objective of increasing off-grid solar electricity in rural areas. Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company is providing working capital facilities and extending lines of credit to the participating financial institutions for on-lending to small companies. This is an area I would wish everyone here to take interest in and explore. Little is known about this company. This is the first time we're actually talking so strongly about it. Because as the PA said, she talks about a World Bank funded project. One of the areas we are going to put money from that project is to this company. So the youth, those innovations that I talked about, it is not that we don't have funding. So please take interest. I also wish to point out investment opportunities that we have in renewable energy and also the climate. I found it necessary to share with you participants some of the investment opportunities that the sector has to offer, and I'm sure this will be elaborated in the discussions that we are going to have today. Apart from a few of us, like the representative of the Prime Minister, I would request that all of you, especially the youth, stay to listen to the discussions. There will be so many opportunities that are going to be talked about. This includes private-public partnerships for the development of large and small generation projects, including mini-grids, to meet the growing demand of power for our country, development of private-owned power generation and transmission projects, which we have actually enabled to happen through the amendment of our Electricity Act 2022. You can now get involved in generating power and also transmission, and you can even go to distribute it. Contribution to equity financing of power projects, participation in the engineering, procurement, and construction EPC contracts in the planned projects, supply of equipment for upgrade and expansion of the national transmission network, and participation in the development and promotion of the different energy technologies that include solar homemade systems, solar water pumps for irrigation, solar water heaters, solar dryers, solar cookers, pressurized electricity cookers, and so many others. Those are the opportunities that you have. You can trade in them, you can import, and so long as they meet the standards. But for now, I would wish to encourage innovative ideas. Investment in Uganda is supported by the country's enabling environment, characterized by abundance of natural resources, which I talked about, the growing market, and the market which we are talking about, considering the position of Uganda in the East African region. If we can develop these technologies, we can actually tap to the greater market of the East African community. Good infrastructure which is being put in place, political and economic stability, liberalized banking and financing systems, stable legal and regulatory frameworks, and most importantly, we have the skilled human resource. And when I talk of a skilled human resource, it is to you youth. Many of you are holding relevant qualifications. So I'm proud of you, but let's use those skills for economic development of our country. To conclude my speech, Uganda strives for energy integration so as to maximize exploitation of these energy resources, both renewable and critical renewables, which include petroleum for sustainable development. As highlighted above, the country presents enormous investment opportunities in renewable energy and in related areas. Renewable energy currently comprises the greatest percentage, over 90% of the country's energy mix. We shall continue to give it due attention and make it available for the population. As the world transitions to renewable energy, Uganda is already ahead of everyone else, as I said, because of the potential that we have as a country. The government has put in place an enabling environment for investment in renewable energy. We therefore encourage the international and local private sector to take advantage of the investment opportunities that we have in the energy sector. I call upon all our partners here to be part of the energy transition agenda by providing technical and financial support to the efforts being championed by government. There was an announcement that we are going to sign an agreement with Total Energies. I'm making an appeal to my friend Felipe that let's do it tomorrow. We are on a run, as I actually stated earlier. I had to go for a COVID test, and I'm running late. So tomorrow I will have all the time. So let's do the signing. And I'll invite all the participants here to be here tomorrow to actually see the signing of that important agreement. With this, I would wish to thank all of you for listening to me, and I would wish to take this opportunity. It is a rare opportunity to invite the representative of the Prime Minister to make her speech. So, my sister minister.
Thank you, Dr. Kasai, my colleague, the PSs, Your Excellencies, the ambassadors, colleagues, members of parliament, our development partners, the civil society organization, all the private sector members, the younger people, the media, ladies and gentlemen. Namuyangu Kacha Jennifer is my name, State Minister in charge of Bunyoro Affairs. Bunyoro is in the west western part of Uganda, where the oil is found. I serve in the office of the Prime Minister. I am here to represent the Right Honorable Prime Minister of Uganda, Nabanja Robina. She wanted to be here in person, but at the last hour, she was invited by the Speaker to handle something of an emergency nature. So she had to look for an alternative. And I'm also privileged to have been the person sent here. I am pleased. I am now reading her speech. I am pleased to join you this morning, it is afternoon, for this important conference on promoting the production and use of renewable energy in Uganda. And I want to thank the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, the development partners, as well as the private sector and civil society organizations for organizing this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme for this conference is renewable energy for sustainable industrialization, inclusive growth, and economic recovery. And this theme is timely and relevant. As we recover from the effects of COVID-19, it is important for us to plan for our energy needs in a long-term manner and to exploit all sources of energy to ensure sustainability. As you are aware, over 80% of our people still rely on traditional biomass for heating and cooking. They are still cutting down trees for firewood and charcoal. This is a very serious matter. A few weeks ago, I was chairing a meeting of senior people and asked how many of them were using electricity to cook food at home. I was shocked by the response. The majority said they use charcoal and firewood, with a handful saying they use gas. This was a very serious eye-opener to the magnitude of the problem. Our strategy, therefore, must be to ensure that our population migrates to cleaner energy in order to address the challenges of deforestation and indoor pollution, among others. There is no doubt that renewable energy will continue to play a key role in the country's energy mix. We must ensure that we develop technologies to produce energy that protects our environment. As a nation, ladies and gentlemen, we believe that the different energy sources, including petroleum, will continue to contribute to our energy needs for the foreseeable future. I know many of you have followed what is happening in Mozambique now. The Caribbean, Pacific, European Union Joint Parliamentary Assembly made an amendment on a resolution on climate change. And this amendment was to consider the importance of fair phase-out and gradual transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy. Ladies and gentlemen, Uganda is pursuing an energy mix that includes renewables and critical non-renewable energy sources. Our target is to double the share of renewable energy within our national energy mix in the next few years. There is a deliberate effort by government to ensure that the population has access to clean energy for use in homesteads, institutions, and industries. As we pursue poverty eradication and income generation programs such as the parish development model. For those who are coming to Uganda, the parish development model is a program that is going to support households, generate money in their homes. So as we pursue that program, it is important that we include provision and access to clean energy and electricity to the population. At the international level, as the world meets in Egypt next week for the Global Climate Change Conference, also known as Conference of Parties, or COP27, the message from Uganda and Africa is that our energy security can only be addressed through energy integration, including use of both renewable and non-renewable energy solutions, while ensuring low carbon emissions by deploying clean technologies. Uganda is endowed with vast energy sources, including hydropower, biomass, geothermal, solar, hydrogen, and wind energy. Of course, not leaving out nuclear energy, which we must exploit fully. Our Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development is at the forefront of this drive. As the country continues on the road to urbanization, more waste is being generated. The urban waste in Uganda is approximately 70% organic and therefore biodegradable. We need to use technologies that will harness energy from this resource so that it is no longer a waste, but a rich energy resource. In that respect, government is promoting private-public partnerships and other financing instruments to turn such waste into a resource. Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot end my remarks without mentioning that we also have oil and gas, which we expect to start flowing in 2025. And as part of the commercialization plan, the country will develop an inland refinery that will produce significant LPG, that is liquefied petroleum gas. This will also contribute to our desired goal of increasing energy sources. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this meeting is therefore very, very important, and I look forward to hearing about the practical outcomes that will enable us to meet the energy needs of our people. Ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude, this is now me saying those, especially those who are coming to Uganda for the first time, God created Uganda when he was in his moods and provided everything here. So don't only end in this conference, take off time to tour Uganda. Go and see what is here, and it is only here, not anywhere else. The beauty of the country, the natural resources we are talking about. Don't be scared by Ebola. That is in just a small area, and we have handled it very well. So friends, I welcome you to Uganda. Be relaxed, feel free. Take off time, like I said, to go and see the beauty of this country. With these few remarks, it is my pleasure to declare the Renewable Energy Conference 2022 and Expo officially open for God and my country.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's clap for the Prime Minister. In the interest of time, as earlier alluded to by Honorable Okasai, that we understand that you have to be with the head of state. I kindly request that we can have the signing now before our panel. Okay, tomorrow. All right, cool. Okay. I want to thank our key partners, GIZ. Let's clap for GIZ, ladies and gentlemen. And I'll tell you what, this entire week, even last week when we had the Energy Week, GIZ was with us. They have taken this journey with us from the word go. So GIZ, we can't thank you enough, our German friends there in the Renewable Energy Department. We're going to have a panel, and before you leave, Your Excellencies and the Minister, this is going to be a very critical one, and it's going to be moderated by our PS, Engineer Irene Pauline Batebe. But allow me to welcome, this is His Excellency, Her Excellency Maria Haxon. Maria Haxon, the Ambassador of Sweden to Uganda. Let's welcome her. We have His Excellency Matthias Schauer, the Ambassador of Germany to Uganda. Let's welcome His Excellency Elin Osteb Johansson, the Ambassador of Norway to Uganda. And last but not least, let's welcome the Acting Head of Cooperation from the European Union in Uganda, Lenat Deridba. Now, all these are from our development partners, and this conversation is going to be moderated by our PS, Engineer Irene Pauline Batebe. To those capturing these conversations to the world that is not here with us, the hashtag is REC22. Kindly tweet whatever you've had here or your opinion, and later we'll pick that feedback. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Andrew, and esteemed panelists, Your Excellencies, you're very welcome to this panel. I think it's going to be the most interesting panel for this conference. So on this panel, we'll be discussing many areas, including financing the energy transition. The debate around the energy transition is getting interesting by the day, but critically, the question subsists: how are we going to mobilize funding for this energy transition? Already, the statistics show that of the mobilized funding so far, only 20% has been deployed to Africa for clean energy development, meaning that the gap is significant, and the question is, how will we fill the gap? So I will start with Her Excellency, the Ambassador of Norway, Ms. Elin, to just walk us through and express her passion. Why are you so passionate about energy access? In the lobby earlier, you were so passionate to the extent that you gave me funding while in the lobby, and I thought that was terrific. So, Your Excellency, Ambassador, just speak to this passion.
Thank you so much, Irene, and well, could I just say all protocol observed from the outset to save time? Well, my passion is a strong word, but actually for me it fits pretty well. I grew up in Norway, where all of our electricity is provided by clean energy from hydropower. So my passion when I was young, and there's a lot of young people here, was actually to link myself to construction machines in order to stop development of more hydropower plants. That's a long time ago. Yes, I was arrested once, and my father grudgingly paid my fine. He disagreed, of course. And then it moved on. Norway found oil and gas in the North Sea outside our shores in the 1960s. And that actually contributed to change Norway from being one of the poorest countries in Europe to now one of the richest. And one thing I would like to underline is that because we had very able politicians, we actually managed a system to make sure that the proceeds from this oil and gas exploitation got to the people. Distribution is important. Then I moved on. My former job was ambassador to the international organizations in Paris, and there my really favorite part of the job was to work with the International Energy Agency. During my tenure there, that organization was developed from some kind of consumer oil-saving organization to reaching out to almost everyone, and I was really happy to be able to chair some working groups on to see how we could work with Mexico, who joined, and then China. That was, of course, stopped when Obama left office in Washington and Trump entered. But we made an effort. And finally, I'm here in a country that is a little bit resembling Norway, with the hydropower bases and also with the oil that you have and you are going to start exploit. So when I leave here, I think I will follow my dream and my passion and go back to Paris and work with the IEA to sort of expand the work of the IEA also to Africa, moving from one beautiful country, said by the representative of the Prime Minister, which I absolutely agree, and to another one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and we will be coming back to you on how you look at supporting the emerging markets in terms of meeting their clean energy targets for everything financing. Your Excellency, the Ambassador of Sweden, Your Excellency Maria Håkansson, we do a lot of work with the Swedish Embassy, but also the government of Sweden. We've seen a lot of support in areas of solar power, but also access to clean energy. And I recall the first time we met, I think we came into our roles at almost the same time, and I could see the passion with which you wanted to support us in ensuring we can improve on our access into energy agenda. So just walk us through that passion that we shared at the time. And it's 1 year since. It will be good to also see how you look at Uganda in terms of meeting our clean access agenda.
Thank you very much, Irene, and thank you for inviting me here and to TAD for offering us this session. It's hard to compete with the story of Elin. I have no arrest to brag about, and maybe to change the perspective. Of course, I feel strongly personal, but it's of course also Sweden and the Swedish government who has the passion about energy in this case, and I mean, I would say partly obviously because we are here and has been for a long time as a development partner to Uganda, and energy development is obviously an integral part of economic development, and our partnership with the Ugandan energy sector is sort of based in our commitment to support Uganda's socioeconomic transformation. But then I have to say also, of course, it's a little along the same line, I think, that my friend Elin here outlined, that we feel that we also have an experience and competence and knowledge that we can share. And that's why I think that we have the work we're doing with the government here is so stimulating, because it's covering a lot of things. And I think that's also what, for me, makes it so incredible, inspiring to work. We work with our development cooperation, we work with our Swedish companies, we work with capacity building. So it's a very broad way of working, and I feel like the energy sector and what we do in the energy is sort of this really brilliant example of a win-win situation for Sweden and Uganda, and where we can sort of look a little ahead there was this, or is still, sort of a slogan of working beyond aid, and I think that is so much what we are doing in the energy sector, and working with the number of different actors that we do here, with the government of course, but also with UN system, with civil society, with private sector, with academia, makes it of course very stimulating. But then I think we all know, I mean, it's very much linked, especially the renewable energies, to the climate issue, and I think we are, most of all, I hope, will feel rather passionate about that issue now, when we know at least the young people in Uganda, in Sweden, elsewhere, feel very strongly about this, and this is clearly linked, of course, to the renewable energy and the work we do there. So I will stop there to give space to my colleagues here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we'll come back to discuss issues financing. Now, coming to His Excellency Matthias Shaw, the Ambassador of Germany. I recall the last time we were together in Namaingo, Lolwe, launching a mini-grid, the passion with which you did that, but also the support we continue to get from the German embassy through GIZ, but also KfW, the mini-grids we've launched in Lamo, quite some work with the Embassy of Germany. So your passion is evident, but I will also give you a moment to speak to it. Your Excellency, please.
Thank you very much for inviting me to speak at this important event. My passion has two roots. One is our common shared future and that of our children, and the other is our reason for being here, that we want to support Uganda and its development. Now, the Western world has not exactly been a great example when it comes to environmental protection. We have walked down this road of fossil fuels. China is still doing it big time, and we have started paying a big price tag, environmentally, nationally, also health-wise for humans and animals, and of course for the climate change we are observing. So Uganda is starting to utilize its oil, and it is perfectly entitled to do so, no doubt about that. What we would like is that the environmental impact is taken very seriously in this project, and that it is not considered to be a long-term solution, but Uganda remains open, flexible, and ready for the transition to renewables. In Germany, we have something called Energiewende. It means changing direction in energy. And this is a huge task, which is in the German media every single day. And there are very heated discussions about how this should be done. It requires new investments in offshore wind, solar, photovoltaics, energy storage projects. And you have to balance this with the current energy demands. So this is nothing easy and nothing that you can do quickly. Ironically, Russia is helping us, because using energy as a weapon forces us to do this much more quickly than planned. When I was serving in Addis Ababa before coming here, I learned from a very smart Cameroonian economist, Vera Songwe, the head of the UN Economic Commission for Africa, about the relevance of energy for development. The Ethiopians had asked her, what do we have to do to make really big, substantial strides in development? And she had done some research with her team and found 3 countries in East Asia who had formerly been at a fairly low income level, and they had made giant strides. The reason for that, for them being able to do this, was that they had more than 90% electrification, And that is something I think Uganda still needs to work on. The figures vary. I hear different figures, but I think it's safe to say you're at about maybe about 40% of the population has access to some sort of electricity. And Germany is here to help you improve that as fast as possible. Thank you so much for now.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We'll get back to learn a little more from Germany on how to handle issues of the just transition. I will now come to the acting head of cooperation at the European Union, Mr. Derrida Lennart. We do a lot of work with the European Union. We are being supported in many areas, including the ongoing sector reforms that we are undertaking. So would want to hear from the European Union how you view our energy access agenda and briefly on the plans that you have regarding the same.
Thank you. I'll just pick up with the rest to say about the passion in energy. It's a passion about partnerships, because the energy sector is unique in a way that it is about physical interconnection. It is also about interconnecting different services, interconnecting people in capitals with interconnecting people in faraway issues. It allows to have mobile phones. It allows to be part of the global world. It allows to interact, interchange. It allows also to trade and to thrive. And I think therefore the element of partnership in the energy sector is crucial for us. It's also about entering into the new dimension, combating the effects of climate change. All these things are included in energy that is an essential vector for development, and therefore it is essential for us to be in this sector. I can obviously refer to the mentioning of the Honorable Minister before, when he was mentioning that an additional potential of 12.5 gigawatts adding to the electricity mix of the country. One can only stand in awe for the ambitions that the government has and the plans that it is rolling out. Obviously also with the focus on renewable energy, we've been discussing geothermal energy, wind, biomass. So all these different components are there to make Uganda a real energy powerhouse within the region. With such a potential, obviously also comes a responsibility, because there is a lot of energy there. It also needs to be answered, as electricity produced needs to be consumed. And so there is also an important element, apart from the organization of the electricity sector, also an effort to be done in catalyzing the use of electricity, moving away from the use of simply charcoal, biomass and others, but also industrial use, developing industrial applications. And that is why not only we focus on promoting production, but also promoting sustainable use of energy. We've heard the interesting approach with regard to production of green hydrogen, but then it could lead to green steel, and then to a whole development of an economic ecosystem around green energy. And that is why it's so important to have these developments and a sound planning from the ministry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A hand clap, please. Encourage my panelists. Thank you. Okay, so thank you very much. We've noted the issue around partnerships, but also handling our developments in a responsible way, and the role of green hydrogen in this green economy. So those are some of the areas that we will discuss in detail. Coming back to Her Excellency Eileen, of course, where we sit as an emerging market, when you look at our level of access to electricity in Uganda today, we are talking of 57%, 19% on grid, and 38% off grid. And there is this global movement on the energy transition, and I know that Norway is one of those countries that is almost 100% renewable. So would want to hear from you what lessons as an African country that would learn from Norway on a just transition. We are preparing for COP27. Africa has prepared its position on the energy transition, and it is important that as we do that, we understand how the rest of the world is looking at this. Your Excellency, please.
Thank you very much. Actually, first I would like to say that I learned a lesson when I had the honor and pleasure to have the Ugandan Minister of Energy to Norway. We were talking a lot while we were attending a huge energy conference. And what I learned was that I think energy transition is not an objective term. I mean, we say it and we think that everybody else would mean the same by it than that we do. Transition from what to what? In Europe, as my colleague Matthias said, we have been heavily relying on fossil fuels for a long, long time with the implication that has caused. Because it was there, the investment was already there, and it was reasonably cheap and stable, and because of that, investments in renewables were not that huge until now. And so the main driver for transition in our countries has been to curb the CO2 emissions in order to fight the climate change that we now experience globally. Transition in Uganda and most countries in Africa is different. The starting point is different. Where do you transit from? Africa is and will remain a minor contributor to CO2 emissions, estimated to be 4% in 2050, 4% of global emissions of CO2. In Africa, 600 million people live without access to electricity. 907 million people rely on polluting fuels to do their daily cooking. As clean energy sources are unavailable or too costly, charcoal is the answer. So transition in Africa, as far as I understand, means moving from charcoal to energy sources that do not result in chopping down the forest, which is a very important oxygen producer to fight the CO2 emissions. So transition in Uganda means safe cooking for households. Transition in Uganda means dependable energy supply for people, firms, and industries. And so the driver in Uganda's transition is not emissions, but energy security, as has already been said many times. And then it's a little bit same but different, because the war in Ukraine turned the energy market upside down. Fossil fuel becomes increasingly expensive worldwide, and creating new and growing demands for alternative energy sources fast. So that, as Matthias also was saying, could actually spur sort of development in a more renewable direction. So despite the fact that we come from different realities, this situation is common. The global energy crisis has taught us the hard way that putting all eggs in one basket, to rely on one or a few energy sources, is dangerous. That goes for Europe and it goes for Uganda. So diversification makes sense for all of us in order to fight this vulnerability. Investment in and development of several energy sources seem to be the way forward for all of us. And we already heard from the representatives of Uganda that is the way they are going. Hydropower, solar, natural gas, oil, biogas, to mention a few. So I would just say that Norway has been working closely with Uganda for 15 years under the Oil for Development project. This is not about extracting oil, but to create necessary institutions and rules and regulations, including environmental concerns. And in my capital, we are now working to expand this project to wider, to actually include renewables as well, and we hope to be able to work with you in the future on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. That sounds like a white paper from the government of Uganda. We are quite aligned on the way the government of Norway is looking at this just transition, issues of energy security, issues of diversification, but also energy integration as we work at decarbonizing our energy production. So thank you very much. We'll now come to Her Excellency Maria, and I would want to understand how the government of Sweden looks at this just transition. Your Excellency, please.
Thank you. And while agreeing with everything that's been said, maybe to add another perspective into it, that also look at the green transition or just transition as an opportunity. It's easy to look at it as a burden, but to look at it as an opportunity, and then also to ensure that for recovery strategies actually keep us on track towards Agenda 2030 and all the goals of the Paris Agreement, and that we actually use it to build a sustainable and inclusive economy. And while Russia's unjustified and unprovoked war against Ukraine, of course, highly impacted energy and food markets, and it's been a major blow to the global economy, at the same time, a recent report from the International Energy Agency shows that this global energy crisis is also causing profound, long-lasting changes that actually could speed up the green transition. And if going to Sweden, we have set very ambitious goals of becoming the world's first fossil-free welfare state, reaching net zero emissions by 2045. And we think this is, of course, important to keeping the planet and life safe. But this requires, obviously, changes in society and shifts in system and technology to achieve cleaner air, better urban environment, safer energy supply, but also investments, obviously, in renewable energy, energy efficiency, and energy efficient infrastructure. But I think it's, and maybe to say that Sweden actually is one country which has a high energy per capita consumption, but our greenhouse gases, for example, are still low. And thanks to a large part of renewable energy, we have sort of been able to successfully decouple carbon dioxide emissions from the GDP growth. And still not compromising public welfare and also increasing the prosperity of the country. So I think it's important, and I think somewhat Matthias touched upon in the beginning, that we also learn, and I know when we were talking about the recovery from the COVID pandemic, there was a lot of talk about building back better and greener, that we actually use the knowledge and use it as an opportunity. I was in Stockholm last week for a trade and promotion conference for Swedish diplomats, and it's a lot of talk of green transition as an opportunity, as a comparative advantage, something that will drive economy and not as a burden to the economy. So maybe just as a complement, of course, to the challenges and of course the little different starting points that we all have, but to sort of change that mindset, and then I think we can accomplish a lot. And Uganda is blessed with a lot of renewable resources, as is Sweden and Norway with hydropower. So I think you, in many ways, are very well situated for this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and we can't emphasize enough to look at the green transition as an opportunity and not a burden. So that's a very critical message that we are taking away with us. Your Excellency Matthias, just walk us through how the government of the Republic of Germany looks at this just transition as you support our development programs.
Just energy transition is part of the Sustainable Development Goals, such as reducing the impact of the use of inefficient cooking fuels on health, especially on women and children, but also powering productive industries in rural areas, modernizing agriculture, and leading to an overall improvement of living conditions. So one important aspect, I think, is a mindset change. You need to realize that you can, yes, you can push the button and the lights will go on, but what you're doing is you're using a valuable commodity. At the moment, Uganda is producing more electricity than it is using, but that will change when the demand rises. So I think that is one important aspect that and also you have to try to achieve a mindset change that energy efficiency, that saving energy, has a value in itself and is not just nice to have, but a must-have when the energy becomes scarce. And what we're trying to do, and in Germany, but also here in Uganda, what Elin already mentioned, is diversification. Here we have supported various hydropower dam projects, the installation of more than 40 solar mini-grid panels. You mentioned the ceremony we had in Lamo together. And also we're promoting energy-efficient, cleaner cooking stoves, which I think are responsible for a huge amount of the biomass that is being used in Uganda today. Thank you. Yes.
Thank
Saving
you very
energy.
much, Your Excellency. That speaks to the need for mindset change, conserving energy, and ensuring that we are able to share it around. So thank you, Your Excellency. We do note aspects of mindset change, ensuring we are improving on our energy utilization in efficient ways, but also conservation of energy. So that's very important, and diversification. I will move to Mr. Lennart. As the EU, I don't know how you will then integrate all your partners' perspective on the just transition. Over to you, please.
Thank you. In the context of the EU, obviously, we are working in a Team Europe mentality, which basically means that we are pooling our resources together with the German cooperation, the Swedish cooperation, and all the other member states, many of them present, but not French, Dutch, even other member states that are adding components to it, such as the Czechs in digital, Estonians in digital. So energy allows us to tap into the full resources and the full community of the EU in order to develop this. And that is our goal, to have that impact. I just wanted to chip in on the just transition. It's easy for me to talk about the just transition in the climate perspective, as the potential here is so vast. It makes sense simply to develop these resources, for instance, geothermal, to have a long-lasting energy at a locked-in price that can be advantageous, and not being dependent for your state household on fluctuating oil prices. Then you can sell it on the market, but you are not dependent for your own energy household on this. And if you look what that has done to other countries in Africa, being completely dependent on this on your household, it is something that needs to be taken into account, and that has that element of just transition, and where we all want to strive for. I would also like to point out that the just transition is not only climate related, it is also related to creating a renewable energy sector inside Uganda, where the companies can participate. That is about offering technical and vocational training in the solar systems. It's also about developing a private sector and creating facilities that this private sector can develop inside Uganda. I will be launching a new facility, Electrify, to finance private sector initiatives for 5 million euros right after this session. So these different elements together with Team Europe and our member states, it's about having call for proposals for renewable energy. It's about training programs that we are doing together with the Belgian cooperation. The German cooperation also has such programs. So these different things together are there to make this transition just in quite a number of ways, and not just only one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now go through our last round of questions targeting financing. Today, the world has expended about 150 billion US dollars to ensure we are deploying clean energy. And of that, only 20%, as I had earlier indicated, has been invested in the emerging markets, including Africa. And when you look at the projections, by 2050, in order for us to meet our net zero emission targets, globally, we will require about 1 trillion US dollars. Now, as Uganda, in our national electrification strategy, we've already estimated for us to achieve our universal access target by 2030, we need between 4 to 5 billion US dollars. So in view of that enormous financial requirement, I would want to hear from Her Excellency, the Ambassador of Norway, how you look at financing this energy transition. What is the role of the private sector? What is the best partnership that we should be looking at as the government to be able to meet our targets? Over to you, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. And now we are coming to the core of the discussion, which is also the most important and difficult one. And I saw a headline for this conference. Energy transition in emerging economies is highly hindered by financing regardless of energy resource availability. That is an important notion, and it's true. And why? And unlocking more financing remains key to the energy future of Africa and Uganda. That's obvious. But today, economy-wide nominal financing cost can be 7 times higher in Africa than in industrial countries. And this makes it hard to find the finance, obviously. And why is this? The risk connected to financing is much higher in African countries, most of them, due to lack of infrastructure, facilities, institutions, laws, and regulations, to mention just a few. But for Uganda, one important source for finance will be the oil pipeline. Incomes from the pipeline through Tanzania will provide investment funds that, if spent wisely, will actually create a new basis for investment. So in the meantime, what you do, because the oil will not come before at the earliest 2025, and I'm looking at Total now, among others. So it's still a need for investment. Private sector, government, you name it. And you mentioned, Irene, earlier the COP22 as a place to discuss this, and I'm pretty sure it will be discussed in a couple of weeks, or in 1 week actually. Funds were promised in Glasgow. Well, they haven't been delivered yet, so we need to look into that, obviously. But this is mainly government funds, not private investments. I'm sure in order to do this, private investments are necessary, despite the risk. So how is that done? Somebody, you actually, I think, mentioned the local content part. And then it comes to my mind just a question. It doesn't seem to be a great appetite by Ugandan investors to invest in energy and clean energy. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But from the Norwegian side, we are working on a facility that we will probably introduce in Sharm el-Sheikh to mitigate the risk of climate-related investments in developing countries. Our plan is to set aside $1 billion for guarantees. If private companies find it too risky and don't want to go into a market like Uganda, this facility could actually guarantee some of the investments if they go wrong. this would make it more less risky for Norwegian firms to actually engage here. And I think also the UK is working along those lines. So that would be something to discuss in Sharm el-Sheikh. We are also working with other donors in the so-called Get Fit project. And this is a funding mechanism with the objective to attract private investment. For instance, by addressing barriers to investment in East Africa with Uganda as a pilot. And we have provided $30 million there. This is actually to sort of buffer the price that has been negotiated with the government, but which would make energy too expensive for users. Furthermore, Norway is working closely with Uganda on what I said earlier, oil for development. This is, as I said, not about extracting oil, that's done by Total and others, but to assist in developing the necessary institution, rules and regulation and financial and tax system. This would provide, we believe, more security to investors and at the same time establish a system to secure a reasonable division of proceeds between Uganda and the oil companies. That is what we did in Norway, and it worked well for us, and I hope it would here. And it's also with an objective to ensure systems that will, well, make you able to somehow learn from our experiences, if you like, on distribution of wealth when the wealth is there to benefit Ugandans and not only a few. And another program regarding attracting investment is it's a problem actually about information system, and you said it in your intervention as well. Where will the investors find information they need to make decisions? It's the statistics, it's not very easily accessible, I'm afraid. Lack of consistent system of information, it's tricky, and in such a situation, a firm which is not big enough to take the risk might actually just walk back and not getting into Uganda because they don't know. So this is again institution building, and this is what you were talking about, that we from the Norwegian side would like to offer some financial support in order to task the International Energy Agency to create a specific report on all the background, the historics, and the sort of all the challenges that would have to be solved for Uganda. So this is an offer, and if you want us to do this, we will definitely be happy to fund this study. So as a sort of a background and a tool for Uganda to develop the systems and to actually get information out to foreign investors to make them happy to invest here. And I'm sure working with the IA in my former job and working with the energy side of Uganda here, this would be a very good cooperation. So I think that's my contribution. Thank you.
Members, a round of applause for Her Excellency. She has just announced a facility of $1 billion to support private companies in terms of providing guarantees as they venture into private investments in the energy sector. And this will be announced at the COP27. I think that it should be applauded. But in addition, the support to enable us strengthen our information systems through the International Energy Agency, this is something that we'll definitely want to foster with you, and beyond the conference, we will continue that conversation. I will move to Her Excellency, Eileen, just walk us through, Maria, all these aspects concerning financing and how the Embassy of Sweden and therefore the government of Sweden is looking at supporting this development.
Thank you. Well, I think more and more financing is being unlocked for countries like Uganda, emerging countries, to make investments in clean energy. Sweden is one of the world's largest providers of climate financing, and I think our development agency provides around $400 million US dollars globally for this. But looking maybe a bit more to what we do here in Uganda on a bilateral level, I think one point is that to increase access to clean and reliable energy, it's important to have a holistic approach and to involve stakeholders at all levels. And we are very pleased that we support programs that brings a variety of actors together, including from the private sector, and actors that share a common objective and to ensure that energy is used more efficiently. And maybe some of you may know that we also signed a memorandum of understanding with the government of Uganda for cooperation in the energy sector. And to just give you some examples, we have several capacity building programs ongoing where staff in the energy sector are trained in renewable energy and energy efficiency. Last week, actually, the SNV launched a program called Inclusive Markets for Energy Efficiency in Uganda, and we committed around $9 million US dollars in funding to this program. And it's in collaboration with Makerere University and the Private Sector Foundation Uganda. And our hope is that these actors will bring their different expertise to the table in areas of research in energy efficiency, but also how best to engage the private sector so that there is actually also lasting impact. Another example is the Beyond the Grid Fund for Africa, where we support a Ugandan window with a 6-year funding of $12 million US dollar. This is a program that seeks to provide local institutional capacity building and to stimulate and accelerate the emergence of new business models for affordable and climate-friendly energy. And also, of course, demonstrating the sustainability of these projects. And we are now at the phase where this will start being implemented. I think you made a reference, Irene, also earlier to a grant that we have signed for a feasibility study on floating solar plants. And if all goes well, the feasibility study is now on its way. Uganda would be the first country in sub-Saharan Africa to have floating solar energy, and I think that's also very exciting. But I think it's important, of course, to realize that aid still can only be catalytical, and that's, I think, why it's important to involve private sector. I think more and more, like also Norway mentioned, we work with guarantees to sort of share the risks for investments. And we have one here in Uganda, a collaboration with Stanbic on renewable energy, which of course then the hope is that we will see new companies and entrepreneurs coming out with solutions adjusted to the Ugandan market. Yes, I think I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we really want to thank the Embassy and therefore the Government of Sweden for that support to energy efficiency research, but also to the private sector. So we'll continue working with those entities to see how they roll out that facility. And the floating solar, we look forward to moving that forward and ensuring through our Uganda Energy Generation Company we materialize that project. And then all the other support is applauded. Moving on to His Excellency Matthias, I know the German Corporation has a plethora of funding arrangements. We've benefited through GIZ, but also KfW, from an array of funding options. But would still want to hear from you what you have up your sleeve, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Irene. One topic that has not been really mentioned is job creation. And I think energy transition has a huge potential to create new jobs, retrain technicians and people who have been working in other areas to train them as solar technicians, for instance, and also creating jobs that are not on the market at the moment, that will be in demand. So I think this potential is extremely important. Another aspect is electric mobility. You have a company here in Uganda, Kira Motors, which are developing electric buses. I think that will go a long way. GIZ is supporting Bodawerk, a small German company doing electrical bodas, and Zembo, I just learned about this, that they have built and now are operating between Masaka and Kampala the first ever corridor for off-grid solar charging stations for electrical motorcycles. But I mean, in Western countries, electric mobility is just a buzzword, and when I return to Germany, I'm sure I will not buy a combustion engine car, but an electrical vehicle. And I think Africa and Uganda has a chance to take a big step in that direction and be at the head of the movement. Now, coming back to your question of funding, to me it seems clear it must be both public and private funding. A project of this scale can only get started with government incentives, and it can only be kept running if it also offers business opportunities. Germany, jointly with a number of partners, is supporting financing modalities and mechanisms to increase the development of sustainable energy market in Uganda. The support is also extended to private sector companies through established industry associations. And together with the European Union, Germany is also leveraging public and private finance instruments to reduce costs and project risks for mini-grid developers by providing financial support as well as technical assistance. Now, if you want to know more about this, in the second row we have David Otieno. Maybe you could make yourself noticeable, David. He is the head of the energy project of GIZ, so he knows a lot more about these things in detail than I do, and he'll be around also for longer than I will be around. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and we do a lot of work with David. We call him Daudi in the Ugandan way, and we will continue the conversation with him beyond this conference. Coming to the EU is the umbrella organization. There's a lot you continue to support us on, and I know under the French Development Agency, we are working on a number of projects for rural electrification, but and many others. So I will allow Mr. Lenat to walk us through how you look at this financing for the emerging markets.
Thank you. Obviously, with regard to financing, we have a number of facilities. We have invested over the past 5 years about 100 million euros, leveraging 1 billion euros in investment in the energy sector. We will continue to invest in the energy sector, be it in making available financing. There's a next wave coming together with our partner member states like Germany, France, Sweden, with the European Sustainable Development Fund that will provide guarantees that will also, at this very moment they're being selected, that will also provide guarantees for Uganda. But I would like to, and we will continue this effort obviously. I would like also to point out that obviously the energy sector is part of an economic activity, just as any other economic activity, and therefore needs to be considered also in the context of the general economic atmosphere. And there we have Sustainable Business for Uganda that we are looking into the difficulties, such as access to finance, but also general regulatory systems, governance, technical and vocational training, so that there is also work to be done locally. For instance, if facilities provide financing, there needs to be an answer with projects that are thought through and sound. Companies will have to demonstrate that they comply with social regulation, that they comply with financial and fiscal regulation. Otherwise, it will be difficult for financiers to access that. So there is an element of maturity that needs to be created inside the market as well in order to be able to access this international finance side. So there is an element of offer, which is there and which we are all working on. There is also an element on demand, where there needs to be a number of things, to be done in order to facilitate the fact to be able to absorb the financing that is there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So as we start the wrap-up for this session, we will be heading to the COP27 starting this weekend. The African bloc, through the African Union, has prepared its position, largely pushing for a just and fair energy transition. I would want to hear from each of the embassies, but also the EU, what is that one message you'd want the African continent to emphasize at COP27? Just one, and then we close this particular panel. We'll start with the Ambassador of Norway, Ms.
That's a tough one. But I think actually, listening to what has been said here today and also talking to friends from other African countries, it's still, the economy is stupid, it's still investments. At the conference in Stavanger where the energy minister of Uganda was present in August, the head of the IAA focused very much on that. The problem is investment in renewable energy, in particular in Africa. And I went in my other intervention, I went into some of the problems, but I think that is the thing. It's not about just getting money, but how to get the investments from private sector and how we can work together in order to ensure energy security and clean energy promotion in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move to Her Excellency Maria.
Yes, I would maybe say like two words would be the urgency and the opportunity still. The urgency because of course we all fear a little with too many global sort of crises, though in a way linked to climate change, but that fear that it will not get the urgent attention deserved. And I think nowhere else than in many countries in Africa is that clear. But then I would maybe just reiterate that there are also opportunities in this, and to do things right, and to come with that sort of mindset, not ignoring the importance of finance in investment, obviously, but to just leave it short there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The urgency, but also the opportunity. Your Excellency Matthias.
You may have different motives to push ahead with the global energy transition. It could be climate change, it could be energy security, it could be economic development, or a mix. But whatever the motivation is, the time is now. As Maria said, it's urgent. It's not a good idea to say, we'll look into that a few years down the road. The time is now for a solid commitment to invest in sustainable energy systems, affordable and accessible to all. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And Mr. Lennart, please.
Thank you. For me, I think we all share the effects of climate change in different ways. So it's effectively something that is a global concern. And for me, it would then be partnership in order to find a collective solution to the problem. Thank you.
So ladies and gentlemen, we've all heard from the panelists. It's been an engaging discussion, And from the wrap-up, it's very clear that the issue of investment in renewable energy, deployment of renewable energy technologies will continue to remain high on the agenda for not just Uganda or the emerging markets, but the global world. And as we go to COP27, the issue of urgency, and I liked how the head of the EU cooperation wrapped it up. We are all sharing this single planet, and we all must be committed to its protection. So the urgency, the timing, very critical. But again, we are saying that this should be done in a just and fair manner, taking into recognition where each of us are in our journey of the energy transition. So with that, I want us to clap for the panelists for a job well done. And thank you all for being good listeners, and I hope you've picked a leaf and you'll continue to drive investment in renewable energy technologies, but also looking at a just and fair energy transition. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's clap for panelists once again with the PS as well. Well done, engineer. That was great. And while we are having a panelist conversation, we had the rain, and we want to thank God for the good rain. We're now going for our lunch, but friends, after lunch, we are not going to reconvene back here, because the last time we reconvened, it took us roughly 40 minutes just to go in our breakout sessions. So after lunch, we're going to have the breakout sessions. And the first one, it's going to be in her voice. This is energy in hard-to-reach areas. And this will be moderated by Joyce Kuyahanza, the senior technical advisor from the USAID. And it will be at in the Speak Ballroom. So you'll find the Speak Ballroom. That's where we're going to be. The other one will be, this one actually, yes. Then we have the Financing Energy Entrepreneurs and Markets in Uganda. Now this will be in the Jacaranda Hall. So the Jacaranda Hall, that's where you will be. And this will be moderated by His Excellency, this will be moderated by Mawood Watalet. And the other one will be North to South Technology Transfer. It will be in Ebony Hall. This will be moderated by Professor Samson Rakahire, the Directorate of Graduate Studies, Research and Innovations at Busitama University. Innovation will be in Mahogany Hall, just below here. In Mahogany Hall, after lunch, that's where we are going to meet with the innovators. And finally, the last breakout session, this will be the Emerging Technologies for Energy Transition, Experience and Lessons. Now, this will be in Acacia Hall. Friends, we're going for lunch. I want to thank the different excellencies, the PS, the ministers, and the government at large. As we're going for our lunch, please carry your laptop bag. Please carry your phone. Remind your neighbor, tell your neighbor, carry your laptop bag and phone. And we're going for lunch at 1:50. I expect you to be back at 2:50. We have strictly 1 hour to have our lunch. Please carry your laptops, anything valuable to you. I strongly believe we are good people, but you never know. It just rained. Have a good lunch. let's all come a bit closer, that it's easier for her to deliberate better. Friends, let's come closer. These seats are even more comfortable than the ones you own. These ones here are very comfortable. Yeah, take up the positions. These are very comfortable. Now here are your real delegates, yeah? No. There. Get there. Let's all get closer, friends. This is going to make it much more easier. Yes, get closer. You see, when you sit, you'll feel like a real delegate. Yeah. Have the best of the time. Joyce, please.
Thank you, everyone. I can assure you chose the right session to be in. So I'll give you a minute to settle in, and then we can start. So this session is called In Her Voice, sorry. Shoes are also nice, right? Yeah, ladies like shoes. Yeah, it's called In Her Voice. And it's really to discuss issues affecting women in the sector. Women issues, everybody issues. I like to say women lives matter. So for all of us who are here, and especially the gentlemen, please, some applause. Yeah. Many tend to think women issues are only for women to discuss, but they're for all of us to discuss. So at this point, I'll request my distinguished panel to come up front. Ms. Pia Hoffenwieser from GIZ. You're welcome. Ms. Mary Awari from CARE International. Madame Carly Naguti from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. Please, you're welcome. Ms. Virginia Semakula from Equity Bank, Uganda Limited. And Mrs. Loy Florence Chozaire from Sendea. Oh, I've been told we have the CEO of Equity Bank, the Executive Director of Equity Bank, Ms. Elizabeth Mwerinde. So we have the honor of having Mrs. Elizabeth Mwerinde. You're welcome. Thank you all once again, and very good afternoon. My name is Joyce Nkuyahaga, and I work for the USAID Power Africa's Off-Grid project. And just quickly, what we do at Power Africa, we support the renewable energy space with technical assistance and grants, especially in the solar home systems and mini-grid space. And I would now like to give an opportunity to all my panelists to introduce themselves, name, your organization, what you're doing, especially around energy, but also with particular interest to women issues. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Joyce. Let me see. It's working? Yes. Thank you very much, Joyce. My name is Pia Hoffenwieser. I'm the project manager for Energizing Development, NDEF, in Uganda. which is one of the projects under the GIZ Energy and Climate program. And I want to thank, first of all, Joyce and the organizers for convening this session and for including us in the session. And to give a bit of a background in terms of what GIZ Energy and Climate Program specifically does in terms of gender empowerment and gender inclusion, I want to start at the top level with the policies we set. So we're very happy to be also joined here by the representative of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. And as GIZ, we're happy to participate and support the cost agenda strategy and action plan for the energy sector, which focuses specifically also on addressing some of the data gaps that exist and the monitoring and evaluation gaps that exist with understanding where we have the challenges with the participation of women in the renewable energy sector and how to address them. But in order to build strategies that are gender inclusive and support the gender transformation, it also is very important who sits at the table when these discussions are held, which is why under GIZ it's very important to also support networks and associations where women can take up lead roles in taking part in these discussions. Associations like OSEA, UNAC, UNREA, amongst them. Going down to the company level at GIZ through Energizing Development, the project that I'm coordinating as well, we've also tried to include gender as part of the criteria we use to look at companies applying for support, like results-based financing projects, to make sure that female-owned and female-led renewable energy companies are specifically looked at when it comes to these support opportunities and these contracts. But we don't only need women in management positions at renewable energy companies, we also need women to take part in the job creation that happens in the renewable energy sector, which is why under GIZ there's a specific importance being placed on including women as well in the skills development projects that we have. So specifically in terms of solar technicians, we're very happy to say that women are specifically included in these application processes, and that as of now, 50% of the trainers that we have trained are women. And finally, but last but not least, yes, I'm taking up the minutes right at the start, right? But finally, it's also, of course, matters how we include women in the use of the renewable energy at the end. So women-owned businesses, for example, are quite important in terms of the electricity demand simulation, and under some of the projects that GIZ is implementing, like the mini-grid projects, women-owned businesses are also quite important to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Pia. Over to you, Mary.
Thank you very much, Joyce. All protocol observed. My name is Awori Mary Immaculate. I am the Partnership and Innovation Specialist. I work for CARE International in Uganda. CARE International in Uganda is a women-focused organization. We focus on addressing women and girls' vulnerability, and mainly our overall goal is to reach out to 2 million people by 2025, of which 60% are women. We are helping the women to build resilience to food and nutrition security, and we're also helping them to build resilience to climate change impact and disasters. We are supporting them to have more access to and control over economic resources and opportunities. We also support the women to build the resilience to economic shocks, and also for them to be able to meaningfully participate in economic decisions within their households the community, and also in marketplaces. As Kenya, we have a stand-alone program that promotes gender equality, and in this program we focus on mainstreaming gender issues in all programs, in our interventions, and also in the partnership. Thank you, and over to you.
Thank you. Loy?
Yes, thank you so much, Joyce. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to be here and excited to see a number of men attending. In fact, it should be having the biggest number because women are a big issue for everyone in this world. Loy Florence Chozari is my name, and the CEO of Sendea, Association of Sendea Uganda Limited, and Sendea is Solar Entrepreneurs Network for Decentralized Energy Access. We focus on supporting local companies, majority owned by Ugandans, because we know that local companies are very sustainable if they are to be helped and to be supported. They are able to understand the actual conditions of the country, the consumer trends, the challenges, issues of drought, issues of I lost someone, that's why I'm not paying your credit. These are all African challenges. So local companies, they have all this information, but they have challenges of support, challenges of how best can you have business practices that can attract funding. We have all this, so we started this to make sure that we can be able to support our local companies. So far we have 7 members, and the other bit that we have a Sendea Academy that is supporting capacity building activities in the renewable energy sector, both technical and non-technical courses. We've so far trained about 400 people, professionals, with the majority being technicians, both the Camufus that you know, we are changing them from Camuf to green, so that they can do work with some professionalism, and we are also supporting the professionals to get more experience in the especially solar industry. We are delighted to have been part of the Ashden Awards, UK on the Energy Access Skills Award. My passion on the side of the ladies, in all the people that we've trained, we have an enrollment about 28 to 30% women. We make sure that there's always a lady or ladies on the training program, and there's always a lady or lady on the partners that we work with, like suppliers. It is a must that you have to involve a woman on your team. The other thing that I will mention on the side of ladies, we've seen a number of them getting more encouraged and strengthened. In our network, we have three companies. They are women, but also we are supporting some of our beneficiaries at Chambogo University. These girls started as they had a diploma, and now they have they are almost completing their degree in electrical engineering. They've also given birth. You know, men here think when women are engineers, things won't. They've given birth and they are working, and they are young girls. One day you will see them, maybe the next conference. So all these things, we are trying our best to make sure that we can include as many women as possible in the energy sector, so that they can contribute positively to the economic growth of the country. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Caroline Aguti, and I work with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development as the Principal Environment Officer, Health, Safety and Environment, but I'm also the gender focal point. So from the perspective of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, I will speak from the policy perspective, institutional and the different strategies, and what actually we do. Certainly in terms of our role as the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development in advancing the role of women and the other vulnerable groups, we normally ensure that we attend a conference on the status of women, which happens in New York every year with a specific theme. So we ensure that we implement the recommendations of that conference. But also in terms of the institutional arrangement, we actually ensure that we have gender focal points, and indeed across the ministry, we have gender focal points for each of the 3 directorates that we have, which is the Directorate of Energy Resources, the Directorate of Geological Surveys and Mines, and then the Directorate of Petroleum. So you find that really the aspects of gender are considered. But also in terms of strategies, you will appreciate that we are one of the few ministries that actually have a gender strategy and action plan, and this we should be able to share with you. I think this will be officially launched before the end of the year, and it has specific interventions that we expect to be implementing as the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development to advance the role of women and the other vulnerable groups in our space that we work in. But also in terms of budgeting, we shall all appreciate that the government of Uganda is focusing on aspects of budget tagging in relation to gender. So all our budgets are actually focused on the aspects of equity and equality. So you find that we budget specifically with specific indicators in relation to the aspects of gender. But we also do mentoring. We visit specific schools to be able to promote the aspects of energy in relation to gender, to encourage the girl child to be able to enroll into the science courses and be able to participate in the energy space. But also in terms of the activities that we do as a ministry, and for which I really focus on, is to ensure that the targets in terms of our products are specific to women. So say, for example, if we are going to look at energy access, we give specific targets that are related to connections that should be specific to women and the other vulnerable groups. We also look at the aspects of gender mainstreaming, and now across all our policies, plans, and laws within the ministry, we actually make sure that we mainstream the aspects of gender in there. But we also disseminate the technologies, because certainly when we disseminate the energy efficiency technologies, the focus is really on the women and the vulnerable groups that actually suffer as a result of not having clean energy. So we actually focus, and that is one of the things that we do. We also promote productive use of energy, which is really on the aspects that focus on women, because once you improve on energy access, you certainly appreciate that the people who are actually benefiting from it in terms of the cottage industry are the women and the rest of the vulnerable groups in terms of persons with disability and the youth, and really that is one of the focus that we all look at. We also advocate for safe places, and indeed in the ministry you'll find that when you come there we have toilets specifically indicated for men and the women, and now we have a lift that actually enables people to get to the different areas of the ministry. We also advocate for breastfeeding rooms, and I think in the subsequent next 2 years, the ministry will have in place breastfeeding rooms. But also when you look at the aspects of gender-based violence and violence against children and aspects of sexual exploitation, this is well entrenched in our projects, and we actually do more awareness in terms of ensuring that gender-based violence and violence against children doesn't actually happen in our projects, and we do thorough investigations to ensure that the culprits are brought to book. But also you realize that in terms of our livelihood considerations, in terms of our projects, we really look at the gender considerations when we are determining the type of livelihood options that the different category of the project affected people are going to take into consideration. So we actually focus on seeing that the youth have specific activities based on the questions that we actually ask them, and the women. So we find that the specific livelihood initiatives that we promote as a ministry are specific to the gender considerations, depending on the need of the particular group of people that we are actually working with. But we also do gender analysis and audits.
Thank you,
to actually ensure
Caroline.
that
I have to stop you
the
a bit.
aspects of the
You're
the energy
answering
sector.
subsequent questions.
Yes, thank you.
So I'll have to stop you. Thank you so much. Over to you, Miss Elizabeth Mwerinde from Equity Bank. Let's give her a round of applause. She came in a little later, but she's here. Thank you.
Thank you. Apologies for arriving late. My name is Elizabeth Mwerinde Kasede. I'm the Executive Director for Public Sector and Social Investments at Equity Bank. Maybe just to explain what Equity Bank has in store necessarily for women. We do run 2 engines at Equity Bank. At the group, we have the Equity Group Holding. So in Equity, we have the Equity Group Foundation, and the foundation looks at community partnerships and with a goal to transform lives. So the equity, your typical equity customer is your micro and SME client, and we also do have corporate customers, but our focus is to develop businesses from scratch. So if you look at the founding of Equity Bank, though it was in Kenya, we're still using the same founding principles in Uganda. Your typical equity customer was defined as the Mama Mboga. So in Uganda, I think we can call her Mama Kachala, Mama Topi, but she is the lady who runs the store. So inherently within the founding of Equity Bank, a lot of the business was hinged on single run businesses which were in the markets by women. So without really necessarily focusing on women, inherently those what you call micro businesses that run households, that look after the entire communities are run by women. So a lot of our solutions in terms of micro lending or financial literacy, group financing are leaning on women. So over time, we developed a product called Equimama, and Equimama has so many solutions, and in partnership with MasterCard and other partners who are really focused on women, we've managed to come up with a solution that does not require collateral. For when women are in groups, they can come to the bank, talk about their projects. They may borrow individually, but as long as they are part of a group, we don't need collateral. We've learned over time that women actually are better at handling financing. They are better payers. They are more faithful. So it is easy actually when we are working with women. You find that we may have a portfolio of about a trillion, high volume, but with the women's loans, they will come in, borrow the money, but within 1 week they pay it back. So they prefer to take on small volumes, but at more frequent rates, and then they pay back, and they grow slowly. What happens is that they don't accelerate so much to the top very quickly because they take the community along. So when you find that we started out with the women loan, then it starts to become women and youth because the lady comes with her young son. So it's no longer the women's offering. So it's now women and youth. So from the women, we develop the youth. So they work in tandem. So Equity Bank is very, very much at the forefront of supporting women, because in order to transform lives, which is our main purpose, we cannot do it without the woman. That's my summary.
Thank you. Thank you all, ladies. Very, very informative information there. And now I'll just read the synopsis of the session, just to now set the stage for the next set of questions. This was first an introduction from our panelists. It says, the 2020 MasterCard Index of Women Entrepreneurs ranked Uganda as the world's leading economy, having the most business owners
at 39.6%. The report also indicated that a high regard for risk-taking, innovativeness, individuality, and creativity in entrepreneurship was prevalent in Uganda, Nigeria, and Angola. Despite the knack for entrepreneurship, women participation in the energy sector has lagged, yet they lead in the search for energy for domestic use, such as cooking and lighting. Furthermore, women are not only the main influencers. Sorry, I just lost my, main influencers of energy choices in the household, but most affected by energy scarcity and affordability. According to a recently released report by Power for All called Powering Jobs 2022 Census, the participation of Uganda's women in the distributed renewable energy sector is only at 28%, which is lower than the rest of the economy, which stands at 49%. This session will now discuss this issue. Why are very few women participating in the renewable energy sector? 28% compared to 49%. And I'll start with you, Mary. Why, in your experience, and I'll ask each one of us to list just one pressing issue because of time. Just one pressing issue. In your opinion, what do you think is the most pressing issue for women right now?
Thank you, Joyce. I'll speak from experience, and I'll speak for the women out there, the most vulnerable, the ones in the village, and the ones who are the most oppressed. And for me, from experience, the challenge that I see is the inadequate capital. Most of these technologies or interventions require a lot of capital, but we are also aware that the women, when it comes to access to resources, when it comes to ownership, they really don't have that ownership of the resources. And so even if the financial opportunities are there for them probably to get loans and have the capital to invest in this venture, they may not, because they don't have the collateral security, they are limited or they are left out. So for me, looking at that aspect, I see that is the major challenge that is hindering this women participation in the energy sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. And Elizabeth, you mentioned that you have all these nice loans, no collateral, and what do you think is still challenging for women to get there? What's holding them back?
Yeah, I had mentioned that the reason why they don't really get where, it's not that they don't have those plans. I think they have a lot of plans. But you find that inherently the way the society is structured, they look after everyone. So whatever benefit they get out of the business, they have so many things to consider. First, the family, even when we engage with them about using renewable energy, we've decided that now we'll bundle it together with the business facility. So when we launched the Equi-Green loan, and we're trying to engage them on acquiring solar lamps or using better clean cooking equipment, like better stoves, those ones that using briquettes, you have to explain why she has to spend maybe 250,000, and then yet part of the money that she's going to make, she's thinking about school fees at the same time. She's thinking about looking after some people who are sick. So what we've come up with is to structure ways to facilitate them, but not focus on the core reason they came to the bank, but also think about all the other ancillary issues they have to address. So I think fundamentally women still carry a lot of the burden, and despite all the effort around improvement on gender and equality, that doesn't take away the core responsibility they have to look after everybody else. I think that's where the limitation is. So they will take on the changes, they will adopt the new technology, but slowly after considering everything else. They are pretty cautious and they understand clearly what needs to be done, but timing is, let's first sort this issue. Let me first make sure everybody in the family is fine. Then we can adopt. Again, back to her point about the resources that are there are limited, so they have to try and strike a balance. That's the limitation that I see.
Thank you. And Mary and Elizabeth have talked about collateral and access to finance. For you lawyers, an entrepreneur actively working in the business, what do you see as the most pressing challenge outside of these two? Do you think these are credible challenges, or are there solutions that already exist?
Okay, on the side of, because when we talk about participation can be broad, but on the side of entrepreneurship, we have a number of, we could be having a number of women who could be interested in this sector, but I also think that we should do a lot of more awareness to show the women the opportunities that are in the sector. And this can come even as early as university level, where people make decisions and where they feel like, when I finish, if I'm an engineer, if I'm an accountant, if I should decide if I want to do some business in this sector. And most entrepreneurs that you will see in the sector, they started as employees in one of the big companies, and then they came up to start businesses. So we need to start awareness as early as possible at university level, and then we show the various opportunities that can happen, and then people can start saying, okay, I will start working with an organization, and later on I can see how I can start my own business. That's what I can say. Yeah.
Thank you, Loy. And back to you, Caroline. You shared in the beginning that there are lots of interventions as Ministry of Energy that you have done, and the colleagues here have shared some of the challenges. I think you touched on some of the solutions and interventions you're coming with, but I'll try to probe a little bit more. What incentives has government put in place, if any, to support women entrepreneurs in the renewables? If I wanted to come into the sector, what would attract me to that sector? And how can these young women sitting out here tap into those opportunities? I'm out here, I'm a young woman, just graduated, I'm thinking, let me go look around the Ministry of Energy and find out what's there. What do you think they would find?
Thank you. We have, within the Ministry of Energy, we have Uganda Electricity Credit Capitalization Company, which is an investment arm that provides financing, and it works with the financial institutions to actually provide capital for investment into the renewable energy space. And this money is available, but maybe what we need to do is to create more awareness. We know that we give this to the banks at 5%, and we expect that the bank should lend not beyond 15% interest. But also, Uganda Electricity Credit Capitalization Company, through the new project, Energy Access Scale-Up project, is going to start direct lending, where them as the institution will be able to lend directly to the women, and all the other vulnerable groups will be interested in joining the renewable energy space. But also, certainly, we have worked with the various partners that we are working with, for example, GIZ, and we have actually been able to ensure that the women groups get involved in dissemination of the technologies, and in most of the cases, we actually give these technologies at the subsidized rate. So we expect that the women should actually be able to get involved in that through the capital that we have through Uganda Electricity Credit Capitalization Company, but also working through our development partners to actually ensure that we disseminate these technologies, but also get more support towards building their capacity. But also, we also train wiremen and women. I think we have failed to get a gender term for that, or wire persons. So through that, we also actually ensure that we train these people such that they can do operation and maintenance of the facilities out there, which is again gainful employment for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So she just said there's a fund at the ministry. Please go and find it. UECCC.
I can attest. I can
but
attest
you must
that fund is
ensure
there.
you meet the eligibility criteria.
Yes.
So I'll get back to Pia. Pia, you've implemented a lot of projects and RBFs for both genders, and some challenges and solutions have been shared. As a development partner, where do you see female participation going in Uganda's renewable energy sector? Is there an opportunity anywhere? Loy said there are lots of opportunities. And is there a light at the end of the tunnel, despite all these, wrong things happening and some right things? But where do we go from here? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Joyce, and thanks for the other panelists for sharing also their experiences. I think it's always a bit of a mixed picture. We're here and we're sharing that all of us are doing a lot of things to get women on the table on a lot of different levels, but at the same time, as you rightly pointed out in the start, we're not where we want to be. And I think sometimes it's also important to acknowledge that yes, there are a lot of initiatives there, but there is also still quite a big gap to address. And for GIZ specifically, we are also asked by our ministry, the German Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, to work on what they're calling a feminist development policy. And I think within GIZ, we're still also trying to understand what does that really mean, but for us, it also means where can we be bold? Where can we do those things that, well, we're not sure if they're going to be successful, but they're going to move the needle. So for example, with the training for female solar technicians, I remember when I first came to Uganda, we had a number of discussions with companies, and they said, yeah, gender is important, but technicians, this is a job. Can a woman do this? Can a woman be a wire person, as the colleague rightly pointed out? Can a woman do these jobs? And I think it's very important to put it out and be bold and try out something new, because at the speed that we're moving, we're not going to turn it automatically. And if that means sometimes saying women first, and maybe a bit more feminist, and I think that's the direction we would be happy to go with the partners like the ministry that are also willing to be bold. So that's where I would end, but in a hopeful note still.
Thank you. Thank you. And back to you, Mary. A colleague from the Ministry of Energy shared some of the interventions being made by the Ministry of Energy, and this is not to put you on the spot, but what do you think would be the additional role of government? What would you like an ideal environment to be like for you who works in the NGO space and you see all these challenges that women face just trying to access energy for their households? What would be an ideal policy or enabling environment for women to thrive?
Thank you very much, Joyce, for that. Like my colleagues already mentioned some of the points of awareness and so, but I will not really go to that. As I mentioned earlier, that there are some intervention, and I'm looking at the angle of entrepreneurship, women getting involved in the business sector of energy. And so what I'm seeing that the ministry can do is to make this business a little bit cost effective. if they can, for example, exempt some of the taxes that are related to importing some of these products, then it would really make this a little bit cost effective. For example, when you look at the batteries, the panels, the taxes that are levied on the solar panels is a little bit low. But when you look at the batteries, they are really expensive. And when you look at a woman venturing in this innovation or this technology, it becomes very expensive for even the end users to get some of this. So for me, I see if they can work towards lowering the tax that is imposed in this technology, it would really give an enabling environment for the women to participate. Thank you.
Thank you. Some tax exemptions there. I hope government colleagues are listening. Loy, back to you again. You've been in the sector for some time, first as an employee of a prominent company, and now you run your own network of entrepreneurs, and you've been around for some time. Could you share your experience with the room? And I mean a really honest, first-hand experience. How easy has it been to get where you are now? What would you tell somebody who's sitting in the audience today who's trying to enter the sector as a woman? How can they make it like you did? Thanks.
Thank you. Before I actually became the head of Sendai Association, we started a company with colleagues, a pure example of startups and entrepreneurship. Yes, we had some networks and we managed to get some projects. But I remember when they gave us, Chloride gave us a project to install 67 sites in 3 districts of Uganda. The first thing when we were on call, the guy told us from Kenya, but you're all women. Will you implement this project properly? And so we had to do a lot of convincing to tell him that this is possible. Then he said, can you do this multiple sites per day, like 3 or 4 sites? We said this is possible. So they gave us that project, and you have to do a lot as a woman to prove, because already the client is, they are doubting you. But we managed to implement that project. I was doing 3 sites per day in Kasese, Arua, and Masindi. And I've never got a service case, by the way, up to now. We were given by Chloride that project, and we implemented it successfully. Just know that women were very passionate and very strong-willed. And when we decide to do something, the way we cook food and it comes out that everyone can eat it is the same way that we implement projects. And so from that experience, we were able to gain. I also want to say that men are starting to pick up to support women. At least in the energy sector, people have supported us, UNREA, USEA, and many other people in the Ministry of Energy. The commissioner is always encouraging me whenever he finds me, but there is also pressure sometimes as a woman, and the other factors really that many men are seated here, at least they will go back home, the socks are prepared and the shirts. Then for us, you have a project, there's pressure, but also you have to go home and make sure that people have eaten food, they've done this. And so you have to juggle so many things. Somehow it wants to stall your performance, but also for the young ladies who want to enter into the sector, it is possible and it's doable, but you need a supportive environment. You need your husband to support you. I'm married, and my husband drops me at work and also picks me. Most likely even today might pick me from here. And sometimes I'm frustrated, I'm dozing. Sometimes I've also gone to sites to supervise, and sometimes you come back when you're really worn out. But you need an enabling environment. We need to be supported. So those are some of the challenges that women can find, but also when you have people to support you, you're able to get where you are.
Thank you very much, Loy. I hope young ladies were listening. Pick the right husband, the right partner. Now, back to you, Elizabeth. You touched on this earlier about the, conducive female loan, but I'll bring it back for more, for a bigger discussion. So women entrepreneurs have long been left out of decision-making and financing, especially those in rural areas. You mentioned that Equity was formed on the basis of that rural Mama Mboga type loan. As an entity, have you set some goals to ensure the participation of women entrepreneurs? And what are those goals? How do you ensure that through your social arm, more women are coming out to take that money from the bank? Thank you.
Thanks. First of all, maybe I could say some of the issues about women and being left out. I think it's back to what point do they get the information? It was mentioned earlier, awareness, leadership opportunities right from where we start from, who is given the opportunity to start. So there's been a lot of activity, generally, of course, government and all other stakeholders, NGOs. The movement has done its bit. So right now, on the financing side, we also have to play our part. So in terms of the goals of the institution on the social investment side, it's not so much the woman as the target than the household to develop as a whole. Your typical household has the father, mother, and the children, and the youth tend to, depends if they get employment or when they start business with their mothers, tend to leave maybe at the age of slightly over 18. So the responsibility still remains. So the target we're looking at is a balanced approach. If it can be 50-50, all the better. But if I'm looking at our own situation right now at Equity Bank Uganda, out of about 48,000 micro borrowers and SME, about 22,000 are. So it's slightly below 50%, but it's okay. From where we're seated, it's growing organically, but it's more about working as a family, planning as a family, because we still can't isolate the woman on their own in terms of financing, because they end up touching on so many different areas. But what we are deliberately doing is financial literacy, money management. They are two different things. In most cases, most people assume they are the same. Financial literacy will look at all the realms of managing the business, separating what's business and what's personal. But money management in itself, specifically for a woman and those who understand the way the woman manages funds at home and all the requirements that they need to manage and maybe save some little on the side, those are the things that we are directly getting involved with. When we are dealing with the women's groups and the youth groups, we make sure we try and give them about 10 hours of training, just general training. Then the rest, if they are leaders of the groups, we give them trainer courses so that they can spread the message. And the good thing about women, once it works for them, they always bring the others. So you find that, for example, there's a certain group of women in Mbale. Once everything worked out for them, they started enrolling other women onto the programs. So once they are happy with what works, they tend to rally the rest. So in terms of having a specific target, we don't lean so much on it. It's just that when you get one group and handle them right and watch them grow and keep on supporting them. Fortunately, we have a lot of partners at different stages. So at seed stage, MasterCard has provided a program to support women entrepreneurship, but at the next level, you find that there is more technical support, capacity building with some programs in USAID. Then we have those women's programs that are already there in government. At the local council level, you find that the cooperatives on the side, there are a lot of partners that work with them at village saving, VSLA level, at VHT level, and so you find that the same groups of women who have been well organized are the ones who cascade all the various messages, not so much in renewable energy or climate smart agriculture or in terms of managing the environment very well, because the message actually, if there's to be true transformation, even in climate change or renewable energy or good healthcare practices, it all starts with the women. So it's not so much about the target, it's just that in the social investments area, in education, agriculture, in energy and environment, in basically all the social related concerns that create dignity for the human, our focus is very much on the woman, because once the woman is transformed, she tends to transform the household around her and joins the rest of the group. Of course, for equity, all the better. She brings more of her friends, and then the bank continues growing, and we continue, because it's a sustainable approach.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. And as we wind up, I'll request each of the panelists to give us their last word. What do you think is the one thing for you? And let's not wear our institutional hats for these last questions. Yeah, for you as one woman talking to the men or the women out here, what's the one thing you'd like to see different, to have more women participating in our economy? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Joyce. I think the one thing that for me always stands out, and we heard that from a number of the companies we worked with, and I liked also very much how Elizabeth mentioned it with the repayment of loans. It doesn't matter for what reason you're promoting women in the renewable energy sector. It could be that you want the social benefit. It could also be that you just know that it makes business sense. It makes business sense to think of women as customers of renewable energy. It makes business sense to think about how to include women in your companies, and it makes business sense to see how you can include women in the policy discussions. It simply makes sense.
On my side, I would say that it is our responsibility, all of us, and it is a call for all of us. And looking at the trend, looking at the impact of climate change, and the rate at which the natural resources are getting degraded, we need to stand up, because renewable energy is the only way to go. So my one point is, let's put hands together and we have this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. My major point is on still awareness creation. And when we talk of awareness, we sometimes think only in the communities, but also on the corporate level, to inform company owners, who are men or women, to inform them that what different things women can do in business, and also inform the public on what women can do, which opportunities are in the sector, just like, but also to the lower people, to go as low as the Sendea. We've gone, yesterday recorded with the Akabozi Kubiri, because we want to reach the lower people there who would have brought their daughters for a technical course in a vocational institution. We've started evolving BBS. We are trying to partner with the Buganda Kingdom to see that we can reach as many people as possible and create more awareness, to inform people that there are many other opportunities, not only for the men, but also for the women. Yes.
My take-home message is that we need to break the cultural barriers and the gender stereotypes that prevent women from investing in the energy space, and the promotion of technologies that are gender responsive. Women are very good entrepreneurs, and really, if supported, they should be able to progress and make good in this country. Thank you.
Mine is to encourage everybody to collaborate. I think no one can do it alone. Let's improve all the partners in sharing of information. You find that every time we engage, everyone has something that you didn't know. So my personal message is, let's keep sharing information. It's like preaching. We just keep saying it. Someone always picks up and they learn something.
Thank you all so much. So I'm reading that it makes business sense to have gender parity. It's all everybody's responsibility. We should talk about this more awareness. Break stereotypes, social norms are holding us back, and collaborate more, work with each other. Thank you all so much, ladies. Please give a round of applause for our very nice audience. And we'll now move to the next part of this session. We'll have two presentations, one on startups. Please stay in the room, do not leave. And we'll have another session on biofuels in a natural dependent economy. So I would like to, as our audience, as our panelists leave, I'd like to invite my colleagues, Chinedu, Miracle, Nivo, renewable energy startups experience from elsewhere. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and I would crave your indulgence to stand on the existing protocols. I'm Chinedu Miracle Nevo. I'm a Nigerian. Currently a PhD student at the Open University Business School in Milton Keynes, United Kingdom. So I'm presenting on renewable energy startups in African emerging markets, and specifically I'm looking at Uganda. So the question we are asking on the topic is, how can renewable energy startups in African emerging markets succeed in turbulent institutional environment? And looking at this session, it has a gender perspective. So I would also like to tweak my presentation a bit to reflect that gender aspect. Because even if you come to this emerging market, Uganda is a case study now, and you are talking about these struggling startups, you find out that within this sector of struggling startups, those run by women or those that are owned by women, actually, they suffer more. And just like the panelists mentioned, there are some of these factors that affect women the most. And, you know, you talk of the cultural, the institutional factors and all of that. Yes, so we do a bit of background to understand the topic, you know, because since morning we've been talking about the importance of transition and the importance of renewable energy transition in Africa. And from the statistics available, startups play a very huge role, not just the renewable energy startups now, but startups in general. In many of the economies of Africa, startups are very important in contributing to the economy. And some scientific studies have also confirmed that, you know. So they are also very linked to sustainable development, and this cannot be emphasized. In fact, Bloomberg in 2018 described Africa as top renewable energy leader, largely because of their prospects. And even within that Africa, you talk of the likes of Nigeria, the likes of Uganda, the likes of Kenya, the likes of Egypt. These are some of the countries that have been doing amazingly well in the renewable energy space. But now, even with all this importance and given the significance of renewable energy startups in Africa, they are still struggling. And this struggle is both within their internal environment, their ability to utilize their strategies, their ability to configure their dynamic capabilities, their ability to manage the organization well, and externally as well, some of the factors coming from the institutional environment, the politics, and the general policies and bureaucratic environment within where they practice. So these factors or these things, they affect the overall performance and increase the chances of collapse. We are talking about these renewable energy startups now, before their 5th anniversary. So I came to Uganda sometime in March, February, March, for my data collection. And I conducted some of the sampling technique I used when I was trying to interview some of the CEOs of these startups. It was purposive and snowballing. So basically what I do is I talk to a particular CEO of a renewable energy startup, and the person points me to another startup. In Uganda, I interviewed about 35 owners of renewable energy startups. And out of that 35, less than 5 were owned by women. Yes, less than 5 of them. And I used a snowballing technique because they were referring me, these CEOs that I was interviewing were referring me to other CEOs. So they were only referring me to the CEOs they know. So in the grand scheme of things, they actually know more male CEOs than the female CEOs. And if we want to extrapolate, or if we want to deduce from that, we can also say that, yes, even within Uganda, there is a very minimal representation of women in the renewable energy space, as we can see from this. So how can we do this better? How can renewable energy startups be owned by more women? Because as we heard, women are better financiers, they are better managers of resources. And even when you come to the utilization of energy in the household, women are at the forefront, because they utilize this energy most of the time. So this study aims to identify, meanwhile it's a work in progress, it's just a bit of my PhD research. So the aim is to identify the success factors that can enhance the business performance and sustainability of renewable energy startups in African emerging markets, using Uganda and Nigeria as case studies. There were some methodological choices I made, or I'm still making, in the course of this research, talking of interpretivism, involving the cultural elements in the data collection, because the lived experiences of the startups in Uganda may not be exactly the same as the lived experiences of the startups in Nigeria. So the interpretivism philosophy now tries to bring in that subjectivity, the fact that you cannot remove the participant from the information that is given to you. And of course, we also try to use the abductive method, where we generate the key themes of our research from theory, and as well, we generate themes from the interviews, things as we are looking at the interviews, the things that come out of there. It's a qualitative research, so I conducted semi-structured interviews, and then using the case studies of, on a general level, is case study of Nigeria and Uganda. But then again, more specifically, we are doing a case study of institution versus startups. So we are looking at, on one hand, how do the formal and informal institutions affect these renewable energy startups? Now we are talking about the government policies, the bureaucracies, the regulations, the taxing, and all of that. And for the startups themselves, how are they able to manage their startups? So these are the preliminary findings, which I divided under the policy framework, the investment framework, and the research framework. So for the first one, under the policy framework, and of course, from the interviews conducted, there was this recurring theme that government is still not actively involved the way they should be in the African renewable energy industry. Yes, there is so much going on already. A lot of startups are coming up, a lot of investments are going. But looking at where we want to be, let's say in 2030, and the effort that is being put in place, it is still not enough. The government still needs to do more. And referring to Nigeria, where I come from, where there is still that conflict of interest between fossil fuel and renewable energy. So it's a bit difficult to actually focus on renewable energy and put in the needed investment because, of course, government still has a stake in the fossil fuel and they want to benefit from it. And again, you know, similar to that, yes, to remedy this, government should intensify effort towards implementing the existing renewable energy policies. It is not just to make these policies, which would provide more incentives for renewable energy stakeholders, encourage local manufacturers of renewable energy products, because most of the startups I interviewed, they talked about importing the renewable energy products they use for their installations from outside, Germany, China, the US. Strengthen the synergy between the government and the private sector and open more investment into renewable energy. Then now on the aspect of investment again, there is the issue of funding and the bureaucracies that impedes the funding to these startups. Most of the funding from local and international organizations end up in the hands of the already mature and stable renewable energy companies, with little going to the early stage ones. I will give you an instance. If one of the requirements to get funding is that you must have been in operation for 3 years, it means that automatically a 1-year-old renewable energy startup have been removed. And it makes it difficult for some of referring to women and how they can play an important role. So I was having an interview somewhere in Gulu, and there was this issue that came up about the culture, the place of culture in, you know, affecting renewable energy startups, especially those owned by women. So in these places with very strong cultural practices, where women, who are the wives, they have to submit some sort of their source of income to their husbands, it becomes difficult, for instance, for a renewable energy startup or a CEO of renewable energy startup that gets funding but gives that money to the husband, and maybe the husband refuses to release that money for further investment in the sector, then it becomes an impediment, because now the husband is some sort of barrier making that woman not to upscale the way some of the men may not like this, but it's part of the things that came up in the interview. So to remedy this, renewable energy financial institutions on a general level, on a macro level, renewable energy financial institutions, both within and outside Africa, should reduce their criteria for assessing such fund. It should be easy to assess. And some of the sessions in the morning talked about teaching the people on how to get this funding. It is not just enough to say that there's grant available, but people have to know. The women have to know how to get this funding as well. This will give the renewable energy startups a chance. And finally, in terms of research, the best performing renewable energy startups globally are run by the most knowledgeable, teachable, and passionate managerial team. Management is important, you know, in upscaling renewable energy startups to play a bigger role in sustainable development or meeting Uganda's and Nigeria's and Africa's energy targets. Thus, to enhance the performance of African renewable energy startups, the management should invest in bottom-up training and retraining of staff. So it's not just a one-off training, but constant training and retraining of the staff. And on the other hand, the management team should also go for further training. You know, I think in doing this, some of the struggling renewable energy startups in Uganda will begin to perform better, And specifically, those owned by women will also perform better. These are some of the references, and thank you very much. I don't know if there's any space for question now or later.
So, because of time, we'll keep all the questions to the very end. I hope you all don't mind. Yeah. I'll now invite Dr. Miria Nakamia. Please don't leave. She's presenting on biofuels in a natural resource dependent economy. So more on biofuels.
Thank you. All protocol observed. Once again, my name is Miria Nakamia. I'm a lecturer at Makerere University Business School. And my topic is how sustainable are biofuels in a natural resource dependent economy. So biofuels still have a big role to play as the world moves towards net zero emissions by the mid-century. And issues of sustainability are critical success factors in terms of production pathways that are efficient and also policy decisions, especially during the early stage of the industry. I don't know, I think you're far ahead of me. Can I use the pointer? Okay. So just to give a brief background of my topic, I used the case study of ethanol production in Uganda, and ethanol is a liquid biofuel. Biofuel are energy carriers produced from biomass or biowaste. Here I'll talk about the benefits and trade-offs involved, and the benefits have mainly been in terms of the objectives that have been behind the recent development of the industry. These range from energy security, climate change, and then they need to support agriculture and rural development. So in the topic, yes. Okay, I think I should have this. So that's okay, in the topic, I referred to sustainability. And we know that sustainability is anchored on the social, economic, and environmental pillars. So when we look at the social and economic implications of biofuels, we see that jobs can be created in the biofuel industry itself, although in most cases these are minimal. However, in the agriculture and related sectors, significant employment can be generated through forward and backward linkages. And also, we can see that through the demand for feedstocks that are used to produce the biofuels, it expands the markets for crops. Moreover, substituting locally produced biofuels for imported fossil fuels results in foreign exchange savings. Then from the environmental perspective, we see that during feedstock growth, plants capture carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, and this is what is referred to as carbon sequestration. And also, if the production of biofuel is sustainable such that the associated emissions are lower from those in fossil fuels, then replacing fossil fuels with biofuels and together with the carbon sequestration contributes to a cleaner environment. But these benefits, the socio-economic and environmental, can come with challenges and trade-offs. So the first challenge, we see the limited demand and supply. This originates from the fact that biofuels are less competitive in terms of energy content compared to fossil fuels. For example, the energy content in ethanol is approximately 30% lower than the energy content in gasoline with which it competes, whereas the energy content of biodiesel is roughly 15% lower than that of fossil diesel. Then the other challenge is that the demand for feedstocks can cause production of crops on land with high carbon content, for example, forest land, peatland, grassland, and such other type of land. This can increase emissions, for example, land use change emissions, which can offset or even exceed the emission benefits from the carbon sequestration. And then we see that still, with regards to the resources, the stress on resources can limit the production of food. And the demand for the crops, if we are looking at first generation biofuels, can increase the price of food, and these two factors can contribute to food insecurity. Lastly, there can also be a loss of biodiversity. So the significance of biofuels in a developing country like Uganda lies in the fact that in these countries, most of them rely on agriculture, so this can be an opportunity to enhance the agriculture sector. And then secondly, most of them rely on internal combustible engine vehicles that use fossil fuels, with limited prospect to transition to electric mobility, mainly because of the resource constraints. And we see that most of them have also come up with ambitious targets to reduce emissions as laid out in their nationally determined contributions. And most are net importers of petroleum products and other expensive machinery and inputs while exporting cheap agricultural commodities. And then lastly, there is another challenge of limited access to regional and international markets, especially for the agricultural commodities. So when we look at these aspects, they bring biofuels into context and also show the role biofuels can play in the development of these economies. So, sorry. So the knowledge gap, most of the research has been done in developed economies, and the limited research in developing countries has largely focused on huge volumes for exports, something that might not be feasible in the short to medium term, and also considering the trade barriers in place. There has also been limited attention to environmental aspects, especially in developing countries. So the aim of my research was to assess the environmental footprints of biofuels in developing countries. I specifically examined the energy efficiency of ethanol from maize, cassava, and sugarcane. I also quantified the water requirement. I looked at the extent to which they reduce greenhouse gas emissions relative to gasoline, because I'm talking about ethanol, which competes with gasoline. And then I also assessed the land requirement relative to the available agricultural land. So the data set I relied on is the 2016-17 Uganda Social Accounting Matrix, and I used a latent approach to introduce the ethanol sector based on maize, cassava, and sugarcane. Conversion, emission factors, and other parameters were derived from the IPCC document and the literature. The methods I applied, I used a dynamic computable general equilibrium model, which has the time element, implying that ethanol was produced over a period. I chose a period of 10 years. And I followed a two-step consequential life cycle analysis. I did a well-to-wheels analysis right from feedstock production to fuel combustion. I also carried out a water quantification, and my functional unit was a liter of ethanol. So the quantification follows energy in megajoules per liter, carbon dioxide emissions as kilograms of carbon dioxide equivalent per liter of ethanol, and liters of water per liter of ethanol. The contribution I make here is that I assess the cumulative emissions over the 15 years, and I also have something to say about the carbon payback period. I'm also able to identify the energy and emission hotspots along the ethanol supply chain. Being a dynamic CGE, we know that the economy has to grow with or without the policy. So I built the baseline. My baseline simulation is based on the population, labor, total factor productivity growth, those rates you see there. And this gave me an annual growth rate of GDP, real GDP, of 4%. And then I projected the demand for gasoline to be 1.9 billion liters by 2031. And I also assumed a 10% blending level. So this corresponds to 0.19 billion liters of ethanol per year by the year 2031. How I implemented this policy, I exogenously increased the capital into the ethanol sector, implying that the incentives to investors are implied in my analysis. I ran 3 scenarios, one without land conversion, and this means that we assume the status quo. And then one with grassland conversion, grassland with 26 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent per hectare, and then another scenario of forest land with 151 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent per hectare. Now, this for grassland and the forest land, I followed our climate, the savanna grassland here, and also the tropical rainforest we have in Uganda. What happened? Did they disappear? I don't see them. Can you please help? Yes, they disappeared. I had animated this slide with so many things, with my results, but all I see is the conclusion. Can we connect this? Because I have the same here. No, I had my graphs. Is it possible to connect this? Can I just say, even if people don't see what I'm saying? Anyway, it's so unfortunate, but I had a graph for the energy balances. I think, like I mentioned in the start, this is a new sector. We do not have to only jump on board, we need biofuels, but we also need to determine quantitatively, are they going to be sustainable, or what steps should we take? So I carried out an assessment of the energy requirement for maize, cassava, and sugarcane. I did the 3 because I needed to carry out a comparison. Now, the energy requirement to produce maize, cassava, and sugarcane is below the 21.1 megajoules of energy in a liter of ethanol. So the energy requirement for maize ethanol is 15 megajoules. Cassava ethanol is 16 megajoules. And then for sugarcane, it was 5 megajoules. So if we compare with the energy content in a liter of ethanol using a lower heat value of 21.1, we see that all ethanol pathways have net energy gains. They have positive energy balances. What you can see, of course, the process stage of the maize and cassava ethanol was energy intensive because these are starch feedstocks that need to undergo saccharification, where the starch is first broken into sugars before fermentation takes place. And this is not the case for sugarcane ethanol. And then for the results regarding emissions, the reference fuel is gasoline. And the carbon content of gasoline is roughly 2.38 of considering the distribution kilograms of carbon dioxide equivalent per liter of gasoline. So for ethanol, without considering land use change emission, assuming that production takes place on the available land without clearing new land, so all ethanol, for maize ethanol, we have 0.89 kilograms of carbon dioxide equivalent, which is definitely lower than the 2.38. Cassava, it is 0.58, and sugarcane, it is 0.24. So we see that they all do better, but sugarcane, of course, outperforms the two in terms of carbon emissions and energy requirement. So I also carried out, because we have to know that like when it comes to policy, we also have to include uncertainty. Something can happen and we extend production on grassland or other types of land. So the scenario with grassland, in the initial period, the emissions, per liter emissions are quite high. They keep dropping to a point where they are equal to the emissions from gasoline. And this is the point I called the break-even point. They break even with reference to gasoline. It occurs in 6 years for sugarcane ethanol, so we see still sugarcane ethanol performs well even with land use change emissions. And then in 14 years for cassava and 15 for maize ethanol. But what you have to know is that in my analysis, I found out that with grassland conversion, they all fail to meet the carbon payback period. The carbon payback period is when all land use change emissions are offset, and that is the ethanol pathways or biofuel pathways are said to have met the carbon neutrality, and every efficient production should target that. The analysis for forests, this was out of the question because they do not even break even with reference to gasoline, implying that policy-wise, forest land should never ever be used in producing feedstocks. In terms of water requirement, cassava did not have any irrigation requirement because of its growth period, and it enjoys roughly six months of heavy rainfall. Maize ethanol has the highest irrigation requirement compared to sugarcane because of its lower yield, per hectare yield. The yield of maize in Uganda is on average 2.2 tons per hectare. And then for sugarcane, it's on average 6 tons per hectare. In terms of the socio-economic dimension, there is growth in GDP, agricultural output, household income and welfare. So here the conclusion is that ethanol production will generate net economic gains to the community or the country. And for land requirements, to produce 0.19 billion liters, it would require approximately 140 hectares of land. Sorry, 140,000 hectares of land. When I compare this to the agricultural land available, the base year was 2016-17, this was approximately 1.4% of the agricultural land, and I think this is minimal. But in my sensitivity analysis, increasing the crop yields actually diminished this demand. So my conclusion that I made is that sugarcane ethanol is energy efficient, it has potential to reduce emissions, has less land requirements given its ethanol yield per hectare. And with greater efficiency, it can qualify as an advanced fuel. If you can all know, the sugarcane ethanol imported from Brazil to the US was declared an advanced biofuel simply because the production is efficient. However, forest land should be avoided and low carbon energy should be encouraged. So borrowing from the previous speakers, and if we are to go with efficiency, I think developing countries should be given an opportunity to also participate when it comes to, this is a global cause, renewable energy and then climate change concerns. So this requires financing like previous speakers emphasized. We also need the transfer of capital and technology, especially that technology that promotes those most efficient pathways. And there is also need to unlock the potential of local producers. It was so unfortunate when we saw farmers resorting to using sugarcane as a fuel wood instead of producing ethanol. So we should be committed to the policies we make, not to just talk about them. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Miriam Nakamiya and Chinedu Miracle. So we now have just about 18 minutes, for questions. So we'll have a round of 5 questions asked to our panelists who are still kind enough to wait for us over there, and to our PhD candidates who are here. So please, if you have any questions. Yeah, someone will pass the mic around. Thank you.
All protocol observed. Good evening. I want to thank everyone who has spoken today. I picked a lot. I actually have 4 questions. I don't know if that's fine.
For fairness, 1 question per person. There isn't much time, and 1 minute per question to just give an opportunity to everybody. Thank you so much.
Okay, and then I'll choose the academic one then. My name is Hans Joseph. I'm a student at Uganda Christian University doing civil engineering in 4th year. Since I have 1 question, I'll go with the academic one. It will go to Dr. Miria. I was once doing research on ethanol, and I found out that 1 gallon of ethanol emits about 18.92 pounds of carbon dioxide. So much as we are fighting fossil fuels for carbon dioxide, don't you think ethanol is also going to emit, especially if you start producing it in large scale? Thank you.
Another question? Second question?
Thank you, Joyce. I'm called Eustace Sajabi Salongo. I come from the Agency for Integrated Development. I just want to talk about the fears which Loy had when she talked about men being in this room. I just want to give an example which I learned some years ago, that there may be so many nurses who are female, but they are also male nurses. There are many soldiers, the majority of soldiers are male, but you also find female soldiers. Yeah, there is a feeling that men are territorial and women were made to be nurses. When they talked about entrepreneurship in women, for me, my feeling was about businesses that could be done in areas where women are. It's very, very difficult to maintain a relationship when women become mobile. But if you worked with women where they are, then you may create that big change. Another example which I wanted to share, which is in relationship to Miracle's presentation, was in northern Uganda, where women were given goats for entrepreneurship, and then they handed them over to the gentlemen, to the men. So gender is difficult, but if you want stability, then the man is also important. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Eustace. Thank you. Third question or comment? Please pass the mic over to your right.
Good afternoon. Good evening. Nixon Tumwebaze are my names. I'm a student at Kampala International University doing finance and accounting in my third year, my finalist. A Guild MP of College of Economics and Management. I'm a lead of students in the Guild Union. Many thanks to the moderator and all other development partners who have organized this. I come from Kasese district, one of the most affected districts by climate. And I don't know, I'm always feeling a lot of pain whenever I hear the word climate, because my district is one of the most affected districts. I've gone to different conferences and workshops upon climate, and I'm a climate activist. But there is one question I wanted to ask. It is too unfortunate that even people at university don't know what it means by renewable energy and climate. Very many don't know. I was surprised by one of the students when asked me that, but why are you always in conference of climate? What's wrong with climate? Some people even at high institutions don't even know that renewable energy and climate, they are things we should work upon. Now, my question goes to development partners who are here. The panelists who are here, my lady from Sedeya Uganda Limited, I don't know if I mentioned the very good name, and a good Caroline with the friends and colleagues. Don't you think there is a need of us going back to these high institutions and bring a light to these students because about climate and renewable energy? Because if we don't change these people who are even enlightened, now how best can we change those people who are down in the villages? Now, don't you think there is a need of all development partners to come back to high institutions of learning with our Ministry of Energy to bring a light on how best can we save climate, starting it from people who are allied, who know how to read and write, in order for them to preach the gospel up to down the grassroots? And if yes, how can we do it, we the leaders in these institutions, to partner with you and we bring a light? Because it is unfortunate that people don't know that there is even a conference about renewable energy at Munyonyo even today. It's unfortunate that even some who are here, they just came to sit and drink and hear what is renewable energy. So I pray that we go back to these institutions and teach them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nixon.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Charikunda Bridget. I am a passionate environmentalist. My question goes to Ms. Caroline. She talked about interventions by Ministry of Energy, specifically Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization, something. My concern is, how does a rural woman in a village get to know about this? What are the mechanisms in place to make sure that even the grassroots accesses this information? Thank you.
So one more question and then we'll get some answers.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm called Engineer Joy. I'm a civil. My question goes to the first panel. Madam Mary Awori from CARE. You did not elaborate more about the loan, what your focus on women, and the basic to what you are explaining, that you are focusing on 2 million what? Population yet to come. But as we are talking right now, have you spread in up countries? Right now we are seated here, but most of us, we are from Central here. No one, I don't think there are some bus which has brought people from Gulu, Kitgum, Lamo, that they are here, they have come for this workshop. Sincerely, we are all driving within Kampala, Entebbe. And if they are here, then there are very few. And that one who's here has just come to represent where she works, but not from the deep. So, Madam from CARE, how are you going to reach out and what is your focus? Can you elaborate more about your helping women? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Okello. Now, we'll have a round of answers. I'll start with you, Dr. Miria. Please give us the answer to the question from Hans. Yes, from Hans.
Thank you, Joseph. That was so unfortunate that the carbon emissions in a liter of ethanol was around 18.2 pounds. 1 pound is 0.454 kilograms. So this translates to around 8-point-something kilograms per liter of ethanol. I don't dispute this, it can happen, but if the production of feedstocks maybe was on land with a high carbon stock, or maybe the processing used energy-intensive technologies, for example, diesel-fired boilers, and so many other things. However, wherever you got this, I think the study must have justified why that high carbon content. And maybe something I didn't mention, if someone is interested in the details of my paper, it's a published paper, open access. You just follow that title, you'll find it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Miria. Hans, I hope you are happy with that response, but you're also sitting right next to her, so you can talk. Mr. Yasta Salongo asked about gender issues, especially around men and women. Was it a comment or a question? It was a comment. Okay, so you were trying to say that there are men and women in different places in our society. Okay, noted. And then Mr. Nixon from KIU was posing a question on climate change and asking, how do we do this? How do we reach out to the masses? I think this is a start, but I'll give an opportunity to Pia. Would you like to take this question as a development partner, please?
Yeah, thank you very much for this question. So I can start, but it's definitely one that I think all of us together have to answer. I think usually you start with the big conferences, with like the high level, but of course it's a topic that has to reach every level. Under the GIZ Energy and Climate program, we have a skills development component, but that is not so focused on the university side at the moment. It's more focused on VTI, so technical trainings. There's, for example, the Renewable Energy Training Center in Nakawa, where GIZ also supported with building up more these kind of solar equipment to train technicians. But I feel like it's a very valid point. I don't know if you were already there in the morning session with the Youth Go Green team. So I think there's a number of platforms and forums where it's possible to include interested university organizations, associations, student groups, etc. But also be happy to share the card, and then we can be happy to continue this discussion.
Yeah, and Bridget from UCU asked a question towards the Ministry of Energy.
Thank you. I will also start with a question from KIU. The aspects of partnering to ensure that the information in terms of renewable energy and climate change is taken down to the students and the universities. I think this is one area we can actually partner with. And as a ministry, we are actually keen to this. You realize that as part of my presentation, I clearly indicated that we do mentoring and we actually go to schools. And it's very important that we actually begin to do this from the lower level as we go upwards, such that the children at the lower level begin to understand the aspects of renewable energy. But also when you go to the universities, yes, it's very important to create awareness, and we shall actually continue to partner with you on this. On the aspects of how you get to know, how does the rural person get to know the availability of the funds from Uganda Electricity Credit Capitalization Company? Like we clearly indicated that we work with the financial institutions, and many of these are circles. So we disseminate information through the district local governments and through the local banks within the communities, but we also do radio programs to actually ensure that the communities get to know this, but we really work with the structures at the district local governments, even at the LOC1. So we should be able to intensify our communication strategy on how best to create awareness on where these resources can be accessed. And we shall be happy to partner with many of the people here. And I believe Equity really attested that, yes, they actually receive these funds. Thank you.
And over to Mary. The last question from Ms. Joy Akelo. What's the role of CARE in focusing on women?
Okay, thank you very much. I would also love to start with my colleagues. As CARE, we also have interventions in schools. We are looking at the young generation as a change agent. And so in some of our projects, we are using the approach of forming environmental clubs. And in that club, of course, we train, we pass on the skills, we impart the knowledge and skills to the young generation in terms of the renewable energy, climate change, and environment management. Back to the question of how is CARE impacting on women, and how are we planning to reach our target of 2 million by 2025. As CARE, in Uganda, we have different sub-offices. We have office in southwestern Uganda. We have in northern region. So we are scattered everywhere with around 6 sub-offices. And in all, as I said, that we have a program, Gender Justice, which focuses in mainstreaming the gender issues in all the programs, and also in all our interventions, and also in partnership. So CARE, we work under partnership. We have different partners. And to go specific to the topic of today, how are we going to ensure that we pass on this information to the vulnerable communities? For example, for the southwestern Uganda, I know we have not brought participants to participate in this conference, but we are going to also organize the Energy Week to ensure that we pass on this information to the vulnerable communities. Thank you, and over to you.
Thank you. And I'd like to request your permission for another round of questions because it's 5 o'clock. Are you happy to have 10 or 15 more minutes in the room? Aye or nay? Nay. Aye. Okay, so 10, 15 more minutes. So another round of questions in the room. Who has the microphone? Yeah, please. Hans, but you're taking, give an opportunity to others, or give a question to someone else to ask it.
Yes,
Yeah.
good evening. This is not it's not a question, but I would like to answer the gentleman
Okay.
from KIU. My name is Anda T. Bruno, and I'm a professional solar trainer. I work with Zendaya. So, as Zendaya, we are running programs training technicians and non-technicians in productive use of solar in different technical colleges in Uganda. So we are privileged to be running programs under the Nakawa Vocational Training College. And the Nakawa Vocational Training College has a renewable energy training center that is funded by GIZ. And I happen to be one of the trainers. We are privileged that since 2018, Nakawa has partnered with Zendaya to train people from different fields in renewable energy. And we have had very many trainees, including professionals in different fields of business and engineering. We have accountants, we have engineers, mechanical engineers, electrical engineers, we have civil. And to reiterate more on what Pia said, we also intend to get more and do more engagements with people of his caliber. There has been a gap in the sensitization, but if there is any colleague of yours who is interested in pursuing renewable energy, we have these courses in Nakawa, and we opened the Renewable Energy Training Center with the support of GIZ to help more in the sensitization and to create more awareness about the renewable energy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bruno. And I see a lot of university people in the room. I think those people should reach out to Bruno and GIZ for future collaboration. I see a huge opportunity there. Thank you. Next question.
Thank you, Madam. To Doctor, her presentation has really touched my heart in relation to the feedstock analysis. I am Kawawa Sapita, I come from Yumbe. We just recently received, about some 2 years ago, we received some investors from Indonesia, and they're interested in opening block farms for jatropha. And I don't know, by any chance, did you really come across any comparative analysis between cassava and the jatropha? Probably it will help us also in understanding more in relation to that.
Yeah, thank you. Mine is a question to the panelist. I think when you read the percentages of women participation in the entrepreneurship, now I've been contemplating, nobody talked about which stage or which level of the value chain are women participating in more entrepreneurship than the others. I will say, like, we know renewable energy also follows value chain. Is it at production level? Is it at middleman stage of retailing technologies? Or is it at user end? I think it will come clear where is the highest level of participation of women in entrepreneurship along the value chain of renewable energy. And I will give you an example that also for women to participate in renewable energy entrepreneurship, the element of profitability must be addressed. What are we doing towards adoption of renewable energy solutions and technology such that there is demand for renewable energy solutions and technology such that women take more interest in entrepreneurship? Thank you.
Thank you. Mine is an observation and perhaps a request. I'm called John Bosco Traparaco, the Principal Planner at Juman District Local Government. I'm very happy and impressed of the information coming from the panelists and the presenters. Mine is that as local government, we have a lot of gaps that could be addressed as far as renewable energy is concerned. I want to find from the MDA or the development partners, from this workshop or from this conference, how can you help us to link up some of our challenges to address renewable energy opportunities at a local level? Otherwise, I feel that at this level here, our numbers are really minimum. If the similar renewable energy conferences can be organized at a local level so that we shall have a feel of the issues, that could be better. And some actions can be taken. Because right now we are in a phase of planning. We want to see realities of these issues so that we see results. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And last question?
Hello. Yeah, my name is Adusa Rose. I'm from Up Energy Uganda Limited. So one thing that is really pressing me so hard is how is the government of Uganda and all the partners that are in here today trying to help, like for example, women in hard-to-reach areas? Okay, for starters, I would like to appreciate GIZ. Like, I've moved mostly in most villages in northern Uganda, West Nile, to be precise. They've done a lot on WASH programs, but one thing I have noticed that is still lacking is something to do with renewable energy. Yes, it's very important for us to sit and discuss lots of things, but at the end of it all, if most of these things, like ideas, are not implemented in the grassroots, the ladies, the women, are still down to suffer, because one thing is most of them are actually not even aware of what is happening. Yes, there are few that are organized in groups, they will get a few fundings here and there, but I think our government with our partners, like the international organizations, I believe can still do more, especially in mindset change and culture change. Thank you.
Thank you, Rose. Last question. I saw somebody over there with a question. I think that will be the last question for the day.
Thank you. My name is Richard Oboy. I am from Tesoland. I'm a trained economist of Makerere up to the master's level, and I work as a district planner in Soroti. Soroti is the headquarters of Teso. My issue goes to Mr. Chinedu, a Nigerian student doing a PhD in UK. In his presentation, I was only able to see the last part, his findings, in terms of policy, where he's saying that there's little done by the government, in terms of investments, where most funds are foreign, in terms of research, where it is only done by the knowledgeable and the teachable. Now, I'm not seeing a flow of his study to the findings, because I'm not seeing the objective relating to the policy, objective relating to the investment, objective relating to the research. such that in those objectives, I will now be able to see what are the research questions that made him to a conclusion that in terms of policy, there's little government involvement. Or what is the research hypothesis that he tested to conclude that actually there's what? A little government involvement in terms of policy. Also, I saw a de-link in terms of what informed his studies. What I got from him that he came to do something about renewable energy startups, where he interviewed about 35 organizations and discovered that over 30 of them are male-headed. Now, the gist that informed his study, I did not see it. It is that gift, that gist that will lead him to the research, to the objectives. Which objectives I will have been able to tease out the research questions or the research hypotheses that led him to the findings in terms of policy, in terms of the investment, in terms of the research. So I'm not seeing the flow of his findings. The theory of change is missing out. Maybe let him help me out. Either research is qualitative or quantitative. I fail to understand it. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. So we'll start with a question about block farms and Indonesia entrepreneurs, directed to Miria. Would you like to respond to that? The entrepreneurs from Indonesia that want to test farms, investors, yeah, entrepreneurs, yeah, investors. Microphone over here.
Okay. If I didn't miss the question, it was about jatropha. Yes. In this study, I looked at first generation ethanol, and the feedstocks for ethanol are different. Jatropha is a feedstock used to produce second generation biodiesel, but of course, this is a very good question. Now, why I had interest in ethanol is that the producers or the current investors that are producing extra neutral alcohol, as they wait for government to take measures, are so interested in producing ethanol than biodiesel. And also, history has it that there were projects of jatropha. Remember, it requires some years of investment. I think farmers got discouraged. So this project did not take off. So there is still a challenge in producing biodiesel. And also, world over, you will see that the volume of biodiesel is relatively lower, mainly because the feedstocks are costly compared to the feedstocks of ethanol. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Miria. Please feel free to catch up with her after the session and discuss more. There's somebody who asked about what part of the value chain the percentages were coming from. So these statistics were taken from a job census, jobs, so formal jobs, not jobs in the distribution value chain or jobs in the manufacturing, but more jobs in the retail type, formal jobs, and entrepreneurship in general. That report is open source, and you can find it on the UNRIA website, also the Powering for All website. In case you don't know where to find that, you can ask me after the session. Thank you. And then John Bosco asked about, from the local government, asked about a lot of gaps that can be addressed in the renewable energy in their planning for their districts for renewable energy, but there hasn't been much capacity training and much involvement from the ministry. Do we have someone here from the ministry? Yes, we still have Caroline. So Caroline, if you could please give us some light, give some light to the local government. I would start by saying there's a National Renewable Energy Platform, which is starting out. I think it will be a good platform for all of us to engage and share information. So you can all know what's out there and what opportunities exist. But that's just under development. But with time, you'll see that. But I'll give the opportunity to Caroline from the Ministry of Energy to answer more comprehensively. Thanks.
Thank you. I think I'll begin with the person who talked about the employment of women across the value chain. I think one of the things we keep grappling with is actually, we keep saying that there are few women involved in the energy sector. It still boils back to what he says about lack of statistics or data on the involvement of women across the value chain in terms of energy production. So I think it is one thing we really need to do, and it's good that we have different development partners here. It is one thing that we could do, maybe with the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, to actually capture the involvement of women across the value chain. So tactfully, we were not able to answer that because we don't have that information. But it is one of the key things that we really need to do. Yes, the districts. I think this one is very important. And I am believing that we have district energy plans, and the focus now is decentralization of energy, such that we have focus on the specific needs of the specific districts. But you will appreciate that the Ministry of Energy, as part of its Energy Week activities, has done a number of initiatives across the country. And I think the last one was it in Gulu or Arua? It was in Arua. So I think we can still focus on having the regional conferences to actually ensure that we get to the district local governments. I think at the district level, we can't promise much that we shall be able to go to the district level. But I think at the regional level, we could be able to focus on the regional level and make them consistent to actually ensure that we get this information, and we also ensure that the people in those districts actually get the information. So if we have done it this year in Arua, so maybe next year, it could be in a different district again in northern Uganda. So we can do it regionally. This is one of the recommendations we can take forward to the ministry. There was also a question on the issue of how government has helped women in the hard-to-reach areas. Maybe again we want to appreciate that as Ministry of Energy, our focus when we are actually developing projects is that we focus on the aspects of gender, equality, equity. So we really focus on the hard-to-reach areas, and that is why you find that our rural electrification program actually focus on the hard-to-reach areas. So you find that when we are developing projects, we actually focus on schools, because we know that our youth are actually going to school and we need to improve on the literacy levels. We also focus on hospitals. So you find that we have a lot of renewable energy in these hospitals. And now we have a project specifically focusing on sub-counties. And then you also, when you look at the vulnerable areas, you find that many of the interventions we actually do are in the refugee settlements. And definitely when we are working in the refugee settlements, we don't leave out the host communities. So we are actually focused on ensuring that the equity bit of doing our activities as the Ministry of Energy is taken into consideration. Water. You find that we actually have a number of solar systems for pumping water to support the hard-to-reach areas. But also you'll find that in terms of our energy access, we are saying we are now at about 52, 54. But you find that only 19% of that is actually through electricity. But the 39% of this is off-grid. The focus why we do this is actually to ensure that we are looking at the hard-to-reach areas. But also you find that the aspect of promotion of the mini-grids is actually to focus on the hard-to-reach areas. So I think we are really trying, but we are saying that as government of Uganda, we need to do more and to be able to reach 4 million households to enable us to achieve universal access in terms of our population. But also you'll experience that in terms of our population growth rates, this is actually high. So as you think that you're going to achieve, the population is also increasing. So we keep facing challenges. But as government of Uganda, we are progressing, and the new projects that we are going to begin, the Energy Access Scale-Up project is going to target 1 million households. So I think, and again, this is also targeting the hard-to-reach areas. We actually have specific interventions that are looking at refugee settlements, but also we have an aspect of clean cooking, which is really focusing on the vulnerable groups and the hard-to-reach areas. But certainly, we know the interventions are not enough and good enough now, given the growing population of the country. But I think really when the government is working, that is where we are targeting, but we are happy to get feedback and see how we can work better. But also certainly you realize that we have a number of civil societies that are actually working together with the ministry, but also with our development partners to actually ensure that we achieve access for the hard-to-reach areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Caroline. And last question went to Chinedu. If you can please respond in 5, it would be nice. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. First, I have to say that my presentation was largely non-academic and for a purpose. Strictly academic presentations are usually very boring for non-academic audience. Yes, so I tried as much as possible not to make it academic. I just pointed out the points. Yeah, but to answer your question, yes, those things are there. The flow is there. The motivation for the research is that African renewable energy startups are not performing well as they should in comparing to their counterparts in the Western world. And there are studies in the extant literature that are pointing to institutions affecting them, and there are also other studies that are pointing to the fact that they are not utilizing their capabilities, their strategies. They are not managing their internal environment very well. So referring to the research questions, yeah, basically the research questions are in terms of how can institutions, or how do institutions, both formal and informal, affect the performance of renewable energy startups? And on the other hand, how can they configure their internal environment to achieve success or to increase their performances? Of course, there are also the theoretical literature backing the study up, the institutional theory, the resource-based theory, and the dynamic capabilities framework. All these point to the fact that, yes, there are institutions and there are also the internal environment, that has to do with this. And if you bring all this into question, you find out that I just picked out some of the emerging themes. And by the way, like I said, it's still an ongoing research. I just finished my data collection. So even though I've not gone through the formal analysis, I was just looking at the emerging themes from the data collection, from the things coming out from the field. Yeah, so, but I intentionally made it so. I intentionally made it not to follow that flow you were expecting, so that it would be relatable to everybody in the room. I don't know if this helps. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, we would like to end it here. Thank you so much, everybody. If you have any other questions, please channel them through me. I'll channel them to the right people. We have 3 days of a wonderful conference, so there's still an opportunity to meet all these people. There's tea at the exhibition area after here. Please talk to people. You never know where your next gig will come from. So talk to people as much as you can. And tomorrow we have a full day of sessions, so please come back today is not the end of it, tomorrow and Saturday. So tomorrow at 8, we'll have the Commissioner Renewable Energy going over what happened today. So in case you missed other sessions, he'll give us a brief of what happened in those other sessions. And then we'll have another session on transformative energy, which is sponsored by GIZ. We'll have productive use of energy and commercialization of energy presented by Open Capital, which has done a lot of work. We have work on a session on clean cooking and waste to youth approaches. We also have a session on energy financing vehicles. So for you who are interested in financing, and finally, we shall have a session on net zero ambition. So please look at your programs. I hope you all have one, and let's be here tomorrow and see you again tomorrow. Thank you so much, and you've been such a wonderful audience. Have a good evening. Thank you. Clap for yourself.